ஏன் கனெக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தீங்க? அது ஏன் கனெக்ட் பண்ணீங்க?
இது அவர் அந்த ஸ்பீக்கர்ல போனா அவர் ஆக்சஸ் பண்ணாரு.
எக்கோ ஆகுது. கண்டிப்பா எக்கோ ஆகும். இங்கேயும் ரெஃபர் எக்கோ ஆகுது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் கரெக்டா இருந்தது. இப்போ யாரோ மாற்றி விட்டீங்க.
அவர் அவருக்கு ஸ்பீக் அப்போ அந்த ஸ்பீக்கர் எடுத்து நம்ம மைக் எடுத்து சொல்லுங்க. மகேஷ் அவங்க மைக் எடுத்து சொல்லுங்க. குட் மார்னிங். மைக் வச்சு வாய்ஸ் மட்டும் இதுல வாய்ஸ் அதுல இருந்து போகும். இதுல வந்து சொல்லி தானே போகும். இதுல வந்து இது ரெண்டு மைக் வந்து ஆஃப்
நான் கட் பண்ணிட்டேன்.
Hello, can you all hear me?
Good morning. I now request all of you to rise for the invocation. சீராரும் கடலென திகழ்பலதாய் கண்டனமும் அது சிறந்த ஞாவிடன திருநாளும் தக்க சிறு கிளை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை சிறப்பியந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே. We now have a floral welcome. The potential for artificial intelligence is to do good, but in the wrong hands, its power can equally be devastating. Stephen Hawking. A very good morning to one and all present here. It gives me immense pleasure in welcoming you all to this international seminar on artificial intelligence in Fintech, conducted by the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants and the Department of Corporate Secretariat. With a new day comes new strength and new thoughts. Eleanor Roosevelt. I now request Dr. Margadavalli Ma'am, Coordinator ACCA, Department of Corporate Secretaryship, to give the welcome address.
Every morning is a new opportunity to shine. Embrace it. Good morning to everyone present here. It's my pleasure to welcome our esteemed guests and participants for today's international seminar on artificial intelligence in fintech, organized by ACCA and the Department of Corporate Secretaryship. The seminar aims to explore the transformative convergence of AI and fintech, as AI is revolutionizing the world of financial technology in profound ways. It dwells into the existing opportunities and challenges of these innovations. AI is not just about robots or complex algorithms, it's about enhancing the way the financial services operate. The future of fintech is tied closely to advancements in AI, and understanding these technologies is very crucial and will help us to shape the future of finance in innovative and exciting ways. The key themes of the seminar include AI in audit, AI in big fours, AI revolution, challenges and opportunities in the fintech, and accounting policies. I take immense pleasure in welcoming our respected chairman, Thiru V.M. Muralidharan, who has joined with us today. He is a steadfast leader whose vision and leadership have energized many of us to strive for excellence. I thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time, and we are truly honored by your presence today, sir. We welcome our dynamic principal, Dr. Mrs. Uma Gauri, and extend our thanks for unwavering support extended in organizing this seminar. It's my pleasant duty to extend a warm welcome to our Vice Principal, Dr. Mrs. N. Vijaya, Dr. Mrs. Jainti, set supporting for today's session. A special welcome to the speaker of the session, Mrs. Ramapriya Kadaresan, an alumna of the first batch of ACCA and the Department of Corporate, who has generously agreed to share her knowledge and expertise with us. She completed her graduation in corporate secretaryship during 2015-2018 batch. She has been ranked the top 0.1% in Deloitte's Graduate School of Maverick Business Case Competition, representing the state of Tamil Nadu at the national level from the country's top 20 business schools. During her course of study, she has led several projects as the head of the finance team, Enactus team, and richly contributed to the CSR activities and was awarded as the most meritorious student in academics, extracurricular, and co-curricular activities of the department. She achieved her ACCA membership concurrently with her graduation by completing all 14 rigorous exams and was qualified as an affiliate in January 2019 and attained full membership in April 2022. Her work experience includes as audit assistant, senior audit assistant, and currently an audit in charge in Deloitte. She is working on external audits of listed and private clients from several industries based out of US. She has been rewarded several times for the value addition and pioneering to lead audit of critical and composite US GAAP and IFRS disclosures of sophisticated clients. She has been identified as a critical control deficiency in high-profile broker-dealer client, prompting immediate internal reporting and process redesign, ensuring compliance of the client and avoiding seizure of the license on further non-compliance. She has empowered 30 plus new hires through tailored onboarding workshops, accelerating their understanding of daily operations and contributing to a 20% reduction in their on-the-job training time and up to 15% improvement in their client relationship. With greater accolades in her journey, she is here with us to deliver the most up-to-date and relevant information on the topic artificial intelligence in audit, which will benefit every one of us significantly. I extend a cordial welcome to Dr. Mrs. V. Shanti, a founder coordinator who has been instrumental in introducing the ACCA course in our institution, and her stewardship has contributed to the success of many students to complete ACCA, including the speakers of today's virtual session, Mrs. Ramapriya and Mrs. Induja Venkatesan. Thank you, ma'am, for your presence. I also welcome the Controller of Examinations, Dr. Mrs. Maya, Dean of Academics, Dean of Research, Dean of Students from both aided and self-supporting stream, Dean of Women's Studies, and faculty members from various departments, Mrs. Priya, faculty of GFTI, and our former principal in charge, Dr. Usha Rani ma'am, who have joined with us this morning. Last but not least, I once again welcome all the young and energetic students and my fellow colleagues and wishing you all an enriching experience. Thank you. I now request Mrs. Ramapriya Kadaresan to take over the session.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for those warm words of welcome and for giving us a brief on how AI works in fintech. No one can stop the progress of artificial intelligence. It will inevitably be a central force in our future. I now request our distinguished chairman, Thiru V.M. Muralidharan sir, who has always been a true visionary and has been a pillar of support for our college, to deliver the presidential address.
A very good morning to all of you. Good morning to Dr. Uma Gauri, the Principal and Secretary of the institution, our Vice Principal, Mrs. Vidya, the coordinator of this program, Dr. Malandavati, the head of the Department of BCom Corporate, Dr. Yuvraj, and Smriti, and our former principal in charge, Dr. Usha Rani, and all the faculty and other colleagues of the institution who joined here, and all the students for whom this whole program is, those who are here on or offline in the auditorium, as well as those who have joined offline. I always believe that the differentiators in our abilities are going to be the key factors for success in our career. When I'm saying that, many times I find that there are courses which you do, the BCom General, BCom Corporate, BCom Accounting and Finance, BCom Bank Management, all these things are there. It could be any course for that matter. It could be a BSc, it could be anything. But in any of the courses that you do, there is a boundary syllabus, there is a knowledge that you gain. And if you look at it across the country, across these boundary-led syllabus, all of you are going to be within a 65 to 85% marks, depending on how well you write your exams. But post your course completion, when you go on to your career in a corporate or a government or any other environment, the expectation is a lot more different. And that is why we try to do some internships. We insist on internships for students. We try to give them something else. Sometimes even why subject knowledge. It is beyond that, even soft skills as to how to manage relationships, how to handle interpersonal, what do you call, interdepartmental skills. Because a finance person will have to work with a business environment, with a HR environment. It's a lot of things. So in that context, if you look at it, this is one of the key aspects where, while I'll drop the word AC, the CA part of it, the chartered accountants, that is something which has always been something, an aspiration for many of the people who are doing commerce. In that context, if you look at it, while that is definitely a course which is very well accepted in India, very well respected, it doesn't mean that people who have done that are the only people who are qualified. Second thing is, there is this course which was identified some time back, that ACCA gives you the same content, and it's also globally recognized. Which means, in fact, people like, right now I heard the name, this is Ramapriya. I think people like that have gone through this course and have excelled because beyond the course that they did in these 3 years as a BCom, whatever, these things, these additional abilities have helped them scale in their career. And that is an opportunity which, as an institution, we would like to provide you as an option. So, those of you who feel that, okay, fine, now I am here. See, when you go for a job interview, the first thing they look for is they know that you have done this course. They first test you on whether you have studied whatever you have in the syllabus well. But when they know that you have a lot more, which will help in the professional environment. Ultimately, what is it? When any corporate or anybody for that matter, they require people who can fulfill the demands of the in the what you call the work environment. Those are the things which these what you call courses make you prepared for, get you prepared for. And of course, I always say, beyond anything else, today we are talking about artificial intelligence. Tomorrow we will talk about something else. I mean, it's going to be an ongoing change. And compared to probably 30, 40 years ago, where things change once in about 10 years or so, now things change or progress every day. In fact, I even say that, for example, the first years of today may be one generation behind the people who have passed out last year. Really speaking, I think when 3 years later the first years come out of this college, when they go out, the type of knowledge base that they require would be a lot more different from what is right now there. AI has been talked about probably a few years, last couple of years is when we are talking seriously about it. In fact, I was talking yesterday with somebody on a different context, not restricting to commerce or whatever it is. With AI, they are wanting to make a movie. And that movie can have anybody. You can have a full-length movie with probably Shivaji Ganesan or Dilip Kumar acting today. Because you just have to have one image of theirs and then recreate that. Today, many movies have a lot of graphics coming in. And with AI, you would have seen how you can recreate absolutely human pictures, human videos. So in that context, if you look at it, the abilities are going to, the type of utilization of AI is going to be very, very high. And in fintech, it will be extremely useful because there are so many things which are repetitive. There are so many things. In fact, I would even say that the knowledge is extremely important because with cyber frauds coming in, it will be very important as to how very, carefully it's implemented so that it cannot be hacked. So many things are there. It is not just the knowledge of accounting. It's not just the knowledge of commerce as a subject. It is beyond that how we implement. And I'm telling you one thing, all of you are being given the same type of environment. These type of courses are available. Make use of that. Learn and emulate people like your other senior colleagues who have been successful across the world. And they all sat like you in the same auditorium. So it's not going to be very different for you. You can all succeed in that. Just make use of it. And I congratulate the coordinator and the department and all of you here, faculty members, for organizing this session. And I wanted to be here for only one reason. I would be happy if more of you enrich yourself with such knowledge and capability. If I can say that knowledge is one part, and the capability to use it in real life environment and succeed in life. At the end of it, in the next 3, 4 years, 5 years, all of you would be in great careers. And today I can see that Deloitte, Barclay, all these people are looking at us very seriously. Our students are possibly on par with many business management schools, so to say, our undergraduate students. You're all so good. Make yourself better. The moment you make yourself better, best is not the right word. You should become better than the best. Do that and succeed in life. May God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for passing your knowledge about AI to us and for always giving us, for always having faith and and showing tremendous support to us. I now request our dynamic principal, Dr. S. Uma Gauri ma'am, to deliver the keynote address.
Esteemed Chairman of our institution, Tirumuralidharan sir, the Vice Principal, Mrs. Vijaya ma'am, the heads of the department, Mrs. Beulah and Dr. Geeta Lakshmi from Aided and Self-Supporting, and the ACCA coordinator, Dr. Maragadavalli, the former principal in charge, Dr. Usharani ma'am, the deans of research, Dr. Badmini, dean of academics, Dr. Gayatri, and the heads of the department from various departments, Dr. Mangesh Karasi and Dr. Annapurni from the entrepreneur cell, as well as from the Department of Commerce, Dr. Maitri, and all the faculty members of the Department of Corporate Secretaryship, and all the participants of our institution and all the delegates who had joined virtually for this international seminar, and the resource person, a well-renowned resource person, Mrs. Ramapriya Kavidesan and Mrs. Induja Venkatesan, who would have joined virtually, and Mr. Sai Swaraji and the other resource person who will be joining offline in this session. So a very cordial welcome to all of you for this international seminar on artificial intelligence in fintech. The theme for our international seminar is artificial intelligence in fintech, which is the need of the hour. The confluence of artificial intelligence with the financial technology sector has ushered in a paradigm shift, fundamentally altering the contours of financial services. The meticulous scrutiny of the evolutionary trajectory of artificial intelligence within the fintech domain spans across the globe, inextricably interwoven with notions of efficiency, security, and innovation. This international seminar, as an exploration, traverses the realms of artificial intelligence in audit. This digitization has earmarked the use of robotics, automation, and Internet of Things, blockchain, and cloud computing. The financial service sector has experienced massive growth in digital platforms for receipts, payments, insurance, and other services, making this fintech transition more cost-effective, sustainable, and efficient. This international seminar provides vital insights for all in the rapidly changing field of fintech, helping us to navigate the complex intersection of finance and technology. The application of artificial intelligence in fintech, though it encompasses few challenges, still holds a bright future as India ranks first in maximum number of digital transactions. And with these few words, I would like to give my best wishes and heartiest congratulations for organizing this international seminar on artificial intelligence in fintech, which is need of the day. And I'm very sure all the participants from our institution and all the participants from other institutions will be definitely benefited with this particular international seminar. So once again, I congratulate them and give my best wishes. May God bless. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for believing in our potential, fostering a positive environment, and for always leading with compassion and dedication. I now invite Dr. V.K. Margadavalli, ma'am, Coordinator ACCA, to welcome the first speaker. I request Margadavalli ma'am to hand over the mementos to our chairman, principal, and vice principal as a token of her love and affection.
Hello everyone. Can you all hear me fine?
Okay, you can start.
Hello. Can everyone hear me fine?
Ramapriya, you can please start.
Yeah, can
Can
you
you get
hear
it?
me, ma'am? Is it fine? Hello, can you hear me, ma'am?
Ramapriya, can you get it?
Hello, can you hear me, ma'am? Hello. Hi everyone. I am Ramapriya Kadresan and I am an audit in charge. I've been working with Deloitte for the past 6 years and I'm glad to meet you all. If I may ask for, can you zoom out a little bit? It's too zoomed in. I can see only the screen, not the audience. I want this to be quite an interactive session. So having a little bit of the audience view will be better. Can we zoom out the video camera here a little? Yeah, great. This works. So, yeah, as I introduced myself, I've been working with Deloitte for 6 years now, and I'm glad we're here talking about things that will be very relevant in all your jobs soon after you pass out of college. So, I was there last year. We were speaking about IFRS and standards back then. AI had not become such a big thing, although it was in the talks ever since I joined Deloitte 6 years back, but we never knew when it was going to take shape and take over the industry, become a complete revolution. But it has become, and there's no way any of you are going to get into a job without knowing what's happening in this world. So let's just see whatever basic introduction I can give you. I know Induja is also going to talk about AI in fintech and audit and all that. So I'm going to just touch upon the basics, tell you where you are going to be in the big fours or any of your corporate jobs in anything that's to do with audit, and tell you how much AI is going to take over in audit and what is left in audit for us, all young professionals to take over. Um, uh, let me please stop me anywhere I'm not audible, anywhere I'm not clear, anywhere you want me to repeat, anywhere you have questions. Please stop me then and there. Happy to answer your questions. I will also make sure this is a quick session. So let me share screen. Let me know when you can see my screen. Fine. Can you all see my screen? Okay. So, yes, let's get started with the topic. We are talking about artificial intelligence in audit, right? So, before you understand the role of artificial intelligence in audit, let's first understand what an audit is, right? I'm not entirely sure. Is this a final year that we have an audience here, or it's a mix of all years together? Um, the room is still hearing me, right? I don't see the room.
All the 3 years.
All 3 years. Okay, great. So I believe this introduction to audit will be definitely relevant because the first 2 years wouldn't have read about audit. So let's get to see what an audit is. So, audits are typically an examination of financial statements of an organization. It could be public or private. So, when there is a company, right, their financial statements, meaning their profit and loss, their balance sheet, has to be audited by a certified chartered accountant. Whereas it might be in most countries, it is optional. It is up to the firm when it is a private company, whereas when it is a public company, where I hope you understand the difference between a public and a private company, right? Private company where the shares are not tradable, it's not listed on your a stock exchange, whereas public companies have listed their shares in the stock exchange. The public can go ahead and trade with their shares. So when it is a public company, when it is a listed company, audit becomes mandatory for them. And when it is not a public company, when it is a private company, audit is optional. It's totally optional. It is up to them, but most private companies, sizable private companies, do go for an audit, considering that it's going to give them a good name in the industry, right? Where when they're seeking investors and stuff, they're going to show them audited statements. It's going to win the trust of the investors. So most private companies that are sizable do audits, but public, there's no question at all. It's mandatory. Can you all see the slideshow? I have it in full screen here. Can you see it? Is it in full screen for you all? Can you all see the slide? The slide says what is audit. Shall we continue? Is this view okay? If you all cannot see the full screen, if I switch to full screen, if this is this big enough for you all to see?
Ramapriya, can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I hear you, ma'am.
See the screen there?
Sorry?
Screen over there?
Yeah.
I'll change it to the next slide, okay?
Okay, ma'am. Yeah, that will do. I'll stop sharing. Yeah, right. So we are looking at what is audit, right? So as I said, it's an option for the private companies, whereas public companies, there's no questions asked because it deals with public's interest, public's money. It has to be audited, but an audit could be internal or external in the sense when the firm that is to be audited hires a bunch of auditors and has its audit done within the firm just to ensure everything's doing fine, everything is being complied with and stuff. That becomes an internal audit because the auditors are hired by the firm that is to be audited, right? Whereas it becomes an external audit when the auditors are independent. Like auditors of Deloitte are all independent auditors because it is, let's say there is an XYZ company that I audit. I am not hired by the XYZ company. He doesn't pay me, right? It's Deloitte that pays me. So I have all rights to point out mistakes, to find frauds and errors in their reporting. If the company itself is paying me, then there might be an issue of conflict of interest, right? I might be obligated to not point out someone's mistakes, right? When someone above you is tend to is going to make mistakes, you don't tend to show up and say that, hey, you did something wrong, right? It's going to affect you personally, so we won't do that. So for all public companies, the external or the statutory audit both means one and the same. External or statutory audit is the same. Statutory is the one that is required by the law for all public companies. You do internal audit or you don't, it's up to you. It's just a sophistication. Whereas external audit or the statutory audit is compulsory for all public entities, right? Now, can we go to the next slide, ma'am? Yeah. What roles do undergraduates play in audits? So you all finish your BCom and then you get into one of the big fours that's going to do audit of other firms, right? Let's say we as Deloitte is auditing a bank, an Indian bank, State Bank of India or something. So when there is like a team sitting that is paid by Deloitte, but auditing another company, another firm, you guys come join the team that is auditing. What roles do you think you will play? When I was a first year, the kind of roles that I played were all pretty data entry tasks, right? Because one, we won't understand audit as a first year. It takes years for you to understand how everything that you do, little pieces of work, come together to make the full picture of puzzle. It takes years for you to understand. So anything complex, anything that needs that understanding and knowledge will not be given to you as a first year. This is like basic. Wherever you go, whatever job you do, obviously they'll give you the easiest things to start with and not the most complex ones, right? So when they give you the easiest ones to start with, it's gonna be like, they will give you two different files and then say, hey, this has to tie to this has to match with this, but it does not. Find out what's wrong. And let's say it's a two-page document or a two-tab Excel, it's way easier. But if it is like a 10-tab Excel or a 10-tab or a 100-page document, how difficult is it going to be for you guys without knowing anything to understand where it is going wrong, what is happening, why do these two things have to match, and why are they not matching? You'll have no clue, right? And how difficult, tedious, or even irritating that task would be for you to sit and figure out these things, right, without even understanding why you have to. These are the kind of roles that we played as a first year, but that's not what you will play, because only because there is additional help from AI, which will do all of these monotonous and brain draining tasks for you. And so you will get to do better roles, right? Let's go to the next slide, please. Yeah. Is this a fear among the graduates, undergraduates now? I really want to understand. Do any of you fear that AI is replacing you all in audit firms? If AI is going to do what I was doing in my first year, then what are the first years going to do? What will you all do? Your jobs are being stolen by AI. Is that a concern among you all, or you're all pretty sure that your jobs are rest assured? You can be good with whatever you find. It's not like your jobs are being taken up by machines. I would like to hear from the audience. How's it? How's the mood among the audience regarding this question? I don't see the room actually. If someone's talking, I don't think I can hear.
AI will replace us, and we would like to know how we can survive while AI is trying to replace us, and like what we can do to feel better, or which sector we can go, or where we can pay more attention so that AI doesn't replace us.
Right. So this is a genuine concern, right? I'll come back to your question to answer how far you should be concerned, where you're safe and where you're not, and all that. But this is a concern, right? Is AI replacing all of you is a concern, right? But I tell you, I think all of us were either too little or not even born by the time the same concern happened when computers were coming into business, right? Everybody was concerned, like there were a lot of clerical jobs and stuff which are now done by computers. You don't need a lot of people to just maintain your papers and documents, right? So did computers steal our jobs? No, right? It only gave us better jobs to do. Similarly, AI is not going to replace you. It's going to give you a better job to do. It's going to give you a better task to do. Me, as a first year, as I told you, I had to do a lot of monotonous, brain draining data entry tasks. But now, if all of those data entry monotonous tasks are done by AI, you guys will have better things to do. You guys will understand audit sooner than I did, because it took me 3 years to understand the puzzle and figure out what goes where and stuff. I mean, I still don't understand 100% of it. I understand, but it's not like I know everything about it. But there's like a lot to learn. It'll always be there. So even if the basics are done by the machine, by AI, you guys will be a step ahead of where we were. You will do what I was doing in my second year in your first year. You will have better things to do, is the whole point of this presentation. It's not replacing you guys, it's only giving you better things to do. We don't have a lot of clerical jobs anymore because computers took over. And what are we all? Engineers, auditors, doing better professions, doing better jobs, doing way better in life. So this is like a total aid to betterment, and it's not a stealer of jobs at all, guys, right? And I will also tell you, audit is not an industry that could be drained out with just machines. I will tell you why. Audit is completely safe. Audit is doing fine. There could be changes in the number of resources they need. There could be changes in the way they work. More tiring can become less tiring and all that. But there's no way humans could be completely replaced by a machine in audit. I cannot speak for every industry, but in audit that it's not doable at all. But I'll tell you why. That's like the last thing that we're going to discuss today. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yes. So these are some of the monotonous tasks in audit that we used to do as a first year. Tie-outs, report writing, JE testing, analyzing large data sets, and document analysis. I'm not sure how many of you would have heard of tie-outs. Tie-outs is nothing but, let's say there is 100-page financial statement, 100-page of profit and loss and balance sheet. That will be just like 1 or 2 pages. But then the financial statements, notes to the financial statements, that will go on and on and on for another 100 pages. So if it is as big a company, if it has 100 pages of financial statements, a tie-out is nothing but ensuring that all number presented in that financial statement is being tested somewhere by the auditor. Now, where did you test? That is up to the auditor to give markings, right? Let's say there is like an index of to do things. You keep checking them, saying, I did this then, I did this today, I will do this tomorrow, right? It's something like that. They give you a list of numbers as presented in the financial statements that you will be auditing as an auditor, but they will keep tie out is something like checking those off, saying, hey, yeah, we tested this number, we are covering this number somewhere else, this is also tested, this is also tested. We haven't tested this, let's go test this. We haven't covered this, let's go cover this. This is nothing like a check process, right? Now, if this was something for a 10-page financial statement, it'll be way easier. But if it is a 100-page, there are 10 people sitting and doing it 2 days before we file the report. How tedious is it? It's something that a first year generally does, but when there is no time, when it's a disastrous audit, when it was so hectic, I did this last February. I was doing tie-outs as a senior, someone who has been in the firm for 6 years. Nobody will do tie-outs, but I was doing just because we were short of resources and because nobody understood the audit as much, because I have done certain portions. Like for someone to check a number and then say we tested this somewhere, that person should know everything, right? Should know where we tested it. There was no time, so I was doing that. If AI were to come help me there, I will be super blessed, super happy about it. So it's not taking up the job, it meaning I get the right amount of time to concentrate in things that I should actually be concentrating in, right? Report writing is nothing but audit. Everybody tells you it's about numbers, but I tell you it's more about words. You have to write and write and write about what you did. How did you cover a particular number? How did you get to a certain conclusion? And all that you have to write and write and write, document perfectly, so that when there's a question tomorrow, hey, how did you get comfortable with this? Someone comes and asks you, someone sues you, how do you defend? It's only when you have documented enough about it. You cannot go retrospectively change a documentation. It's all dated, filed, and closed. Nothing can be done if you don't do it right when you're doing it, right? So that report writing, you have to keep writing and writing and writing things about how you did, what you did, and all that. That's again pretty much what we do is going to be similar year on year, but we still keep rewriting it, ensuring that nothing has changed from what we actually did from the previous year and all of that. It's a pretty monotonous task, but we still do that. We end up doing that. It's a very key part, but it is very monotonous task. JE testing. Now, I believe all of you do understand that JE is nothing but a journal entry, right? Guys, if you ever intern with, right, I think the final years would have interned. So you intern with somewhere in a finance team, you will know JE is a dump. Any company will have thousands and lakhs of journal entries, and you will have to test that. So an auditor testing all of that is obviously impossible. We will only go by certain rules and filters, like, only certain amount and above we will look at those things. Below those things, let's say anything below 1 million is not something we are interested in, then we won't even look at it. But if someone were to commit a fraud and knew that anything above 1 million is going to bring the auditor's interest, so let's make it a 500,000 and a 500,000, and let's get done. And if that was the case, we are clearly going to miss out on anything above that, anything below that 1 million thing, right? We won't even be looking at that, right? So JE testing, we generally filter out things that doesn't concern us, that is not material to us. But with the help of AI, which is efficient to look at every single data, every single entry you give it, no matter how many numbers, how big of a file, how big of a journal you give it, it's going to be able to process it all based on the conditions that you give, right? So looking at the number of pages, the number of entries, that's never a concern for AI. We are going to get better in our practice. Analyzing the large data sets is again something like JE testing and document analysis. Imagine, guys, you all study for your exams a day or two before your exam, and you have a certain defined syllabus, and they're going to ask only from that, so you know what to read, what not to read, how much to read, and all that. But let's say there is a lease agreement or any kind of agreement in a firm that you will have to look at for some testing firm, for some reason in your audit. You go open the document and then you see it's a 100-page thing, and you want one particular detail out of that. Let's say the size of the building that they have leased. A company has leased a building for their office purpose, and you're interested in knowing the size of the building, square feet, and you're not able to find it. You did the control F square feet thing, or the number thing, or the sq.ft. You did everything. You're not able to find. How will you find that in that 100-page document? AI will find it for you. We have done all of this. We have done a quick read of all the 100 pages to find these things, but it has never worked. I mean, it has never, in the sense, we will somehow figure it out. If we have to, we'll go ask the client, and then they will come tell us, hey, it's right here. You came back asking us this and all of that. All of those things that we had to take on our face, you will not have to, because AI is going to help you there, right? So these are monotonous tasks that will definitely be replaced by AI. Yes, it will cut down the number of hours you do as an auditor in any of the firms that you join. It will cut down the number of hours you do, but doesn't mean that it's taking your job, because let's go to the next slide, please. Can I go to the next slide, please? Yes. So you see, to your left is everything that an auditor has to be very keen about. And let's see which of these an AI can do, which of these AI cannot do. First principle of an auditor is independence and objectivity. So I told you, right? The external audit or the statutory audit is done by an auditor who is not hired by the firm or who is not related to the firm in any way. If I am auditing an Indian bank or a State Bank of India, I should not have any interest with him. I cannot have a savings account. I cannot have a fixed deposit. I cannot have anything basic like that. I should have zero interest in him. Only then I can audit him. Only then I will have the guts to point out if anything is wrong, right? So an auditor has to be absolutely independent, have no interest in the firm's, has no interest in the firm as such. So that is independence. Can AI be independent? Can you corrupt the AI? Can you pay AI money and then make AI do what you want to do? No. AI is going to do what it has been programmed to do. You ask it to audit, it will audit. You pay, you don't pay, it doesn't care. You'll have to buy the software or anything, but doesn't mean you can change how it works. You cannot change the rules. You cannot change the program as such, right? So yes, AI can be independent. AI is independent no matter what. Integrity, do what is right? Do what you're hired for, follow the purpose. Yes, any machine is following the purpose. You cannot, it's not like you cannot manipulate it, but if the auditor is doing the audit with the help of AI, unless you intentionally go and manipulate it, it's a system. It's not going to be corrupt or manipulated on its own. So yes, AI can be can follow integrity and public interest. Whereas I told you that an auditor is supposed to audit a firm without any personal interest in that firm, right? So what interest should the auditor have is the public interest. State Bank of India has people's money, or let's say Reliance has people's money, right? Reliance is traded in the stock exchange, so Reliance has people's money. So is Reliance Industries working well, absolutely fine with people's money? Is there something going wrong with that? You should be concerned about that. You should be concerned about public interest. You should be concerned about the shareholders, the investors, the regulators, the country, the local public that the firm is going to affect, everybody. Public interest should be there, and AI just doesn't care, right? AI, if you tell that these are the people you should be interested in, don't think about the firm, just tell us what is right, what is not right, and if you find something fishy, just tell us, it's going to tell you. Again, it's a question of manipulation. It's not going to be manipulated unless the auditor himself or herself wants to manipulate it. Yes, so you can make the AI follow the interest that you want it to. So a public interest is a check. Next is a responsibility. Anything that's given to a computer or a machine to process, it will be processed and it will give back on time, whatever time that you expect. It's all taken care of. So responsibility is also a check. These last two things are the reason why AI cannot replace humans entirely in audit. Professional skepticism and professional judgment. Now, anybody who is doing an ACCA or a CEA or a CPA in the audience members will be very, very familiar with these terms, because these are the key terms that are taught and taught and taught at every point of our life if you are an auditor. Let's go see what a professional skepticism is. Next slide, please. Yes, professional skepticism. Questioning attitude and staying alert for any unusual circumstances indicating fraud or error throughout the audit. Not assuming that the client is honest or dishonest right away. So when you go audit a firm, again, Indian Bank, State Bank of India, Reliance Industries, take whichever example that you want. Don't assume that the client or the management of the client is honest. At the same time, don't assume that they are dishonest. Just be aware. Continuously assess if they are honest or not throughout your engagement. Be aware, keep yourself alert, and your purpose is to find any error, fraud, or mistake that has happened and been presented in the financial statement. That is your job. You're basically there to find mistakes, right? So don't understand or don't assume that, hey, I have known this guy for like these many years, I know for sure that he's honest. Don't assume. Or don't think that just because it's a new client, don't think that these guys are new. Maybe they're trying to get something fishy in our hands reported. So let's be questioning about every single thing that he gives you. That's also not fine. Just stay alert. You find any red signals, you will have to report. You will have to take further actions, talk to your seniors, talk to the client, find out what's happening, why they're not giving you what you want, why something is presented mistakenly, and all that. Now, you think AI can do this? Staying alert throughout the engagement. An engagement is anywhere between it could be 3 months, 6 months, or even a whole year. It could stay alert throughout, listen to every conversation with the client, and then the AI will tell you, hey, maybe he's being honest, hey, maybe he's not being honest. No, it's not a hard and fast rule. There is no coding you could give to a program or a system to understand that if a person speaks like this, it's honesty. If a person speaks like this, it's dishonesty. This is never going to come up, right? So AI cannot replace you as an auditor, because all auditors need to display professional skepticism throughout their life as an auditor, which you can never bring in a machine. Next point, why AI can't replace us as auditors is the next thing. Can we go to the next slide, please? Professional judgment. Auditors are required to apply their knowledge to specific circumstances and arrive at decisions that best serve the purpose. Scenarios where multiple actions are justified need to be professionally evaluated and executed based on objectivity. There is no formula to get a yes or a no decision in audit. IFRS gives you a standard set of rules. Indian standards gives you a standard set of rules. US GAAP gives you a standard set of rules. But you think all that we do as auditors is applying those rules in the audit that we do and then getting signed it? No. It won't always happen like that. Ideally, that is an ideal scenario. Everything that the client has given you, everything that the client has accounted for, should align with the standards, that the respective standards that they are following. But in a lot of cases, there will be a lot of dilemma, professional dilemma, when applying a prescribed standard is going to misrepresent a client's financial position. It's not a hard and fast rule. There is no formula. You cannot say plus into minus is a minus. That's not going to work in audit. A lot of times, even the boards, the regulators will accept when you did not follow a particular standard, because that standard would have made a misrepresentation for your particular case. That has been a case in a lot of times. The only thing that you have to do when you're not sticking to the rules, when you're not sticking to the standards, is that disclose it in the financial statement, saying, hey, this is the prescribed rule, but we are not sticking to it for this reason. It doesn't apply to us. We are not that person. It's not required for us. It's not applied. We do that, then it's going to be a misrepresentation. You make this representation in the financial statement, then you get yourself exempted out of the clause. So you think, so what you can tell an AI is probably give train it or program it with all set of US GAAP, IFRS, and then let it choose the best way of treating a particular transaction, and then let it decide and let it present you the balance sheet. But you think it's going to be able to find out when there is a misrepresentation, when you shouldn't have applied the nature of the standard to a particular firm, because the nature of the firm is not applicable. If that was ever a case, an AI or any machine, anything apart from human brain, will not be able to figure it out for you. So these are the two key reasons why I believe audit or auditors can never be replaced by AI. It can help you do your job better, yes. It can cut down the number of hours required to do an audit, yes. It can help us to do better audits, very much, yes. If I were to cut down on the hours that I have spent on tie-outs and the journal entries and the report writing I told you guys, I will do way better audits. Because any day, audit is something that you do in 3 months, 4 months, for the entire year. We will never have enough time. In case these little tasks, monotonous tasks, are being taken over by AI, like now, like today, we will be doing very efficient audits. It's going to get better, more progressive, and that works best for us, right? So these are the reasons why I exactly believe that AI is not a threat to your jobs. Rather, it's going to give you a better job. You are going to learn audit sooner if you were to work with the help of AI in the beginning years of your audit journey. And that's next slide, please. Yeah, that's it, I believe. I'm open to questions. Anything from the audience, happy to hear.
By changing the skill sets required for auditors.
Can you repeat? I'm sorry, I did not hear you. I'm sorry, what was the last question? You were cut off. I did not hear you completely. The room is muted. I can't hear anything that's happening in the room. I think she's speaking, but I don't hear her.
How is the integration of AI changing the skill sets for auditors?
Yes, that's like the last part that we just covered. As I said, it's definitely going to require a change in your skill set because so it's definitely going to change your skill set requirement because it's not a data entry job that you will start with. I mean, audit is never a data entry job, but when I started with it, that's how it was for about a year or two, year or at least a year and a half. So the kind of skill sets that I needed was majorly teaming, interpersonal skills and stuff, and everything else came in pieces, right? So the job, the skill set, the knowledge of audit as such that was required was like way less when I started with. But now that you guys are coming in with the help of AI, you will be able to do a lot of things way easier, right? So a lot of things that we ask you to do, we'll now get it done with the help of AI. So the next bunch of things that we'll ask you to do will definitely require you to have a basic bunch or a basic knowledge of audit. I don't think until now amongst us, the expectation for the first years was different. We will always go in with blind eyes, knowing that the fresh graduates, right? Fresh undergraduates are not going to know anything. It's okay if they don't know it. For the first whole of your first year, all your mistakes will be forgiven and you will have a great time because it's not the same ever since you step into your second year. But it will change when AI becomes a major player in audit, because then you won't be doing data entry tasks and those mistakes will not be rectified very easily. So definitely when you come in or when you go for your interviews, right, I believe the final years would have already gotten done with their interview. Other than that, anybody other than the final years, second years and first years, next year's interview is definitely going to require you to know at least a little about audit, right? You cannot go in blank. You cannot go in not knowing anything about IFRS or Indian standards or anything. You need to know that expectation is going to change. They will expect you to know at least a little about what an audit is, a little about these standards. Not all, it's definitely not a requirement, but definitely better than what was expected in the previous years. Now, just good interpersonal skills or just teaming efforts and stuff will not do. So rather learn your subjects quite well, understand your subjects quite well. It's not just the marks that are required. Knowing what you're reading, knowing what you will be doing is definitely a very attractive impression on your interviewer. Any other questions? The room has to be unmuted. I'm happy to take any questions about my ACCA journey,
No
anything.
questions, ma'am. Thank you so much. I now call Hari to convey the vote of thanks.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your knowledge with us today and inciting the audience to ponder on the future of technology in finance. You also assured us that artificial intelligence will only aid us in growing our career and not replace us in the long run. As we explore the role of AI, yeah, I'm sure that your practical insights will guide the students on entering the field of audit in the future. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Ramapriya, for joining the session. Thank you. Very informative.
Sure, ma'am. My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramapriya.
A very good morning to all the participants of the International Conference on Fintech and AI. I deem it a privilege to give the welcome address to our own student, Induja, for the second session, who is the speaker of the second session for the day. Good morning, esteemed faculty members, students, and other distinguished guests who have gathered on the online portal, as well as who are here amidst us today. The corporate department has been carrying out the ACCA program, which you all know is the Certified Chartered Accountants course, and many of our students have successfully completed the course during their tenure while studying BCom and have placed in big MNC companies. And we wish to take this one step forward. And in this endeavor, we have organized this seminar for the day. So I stand before you today to welcome a remarkable individual to our college community, Induja Venkatesan. As the audit supervisor at KPMG Global Headquarters in Netherlands, Induja embodies the spirit of excellence and commitment that we strive to cultivate amongst our students. Induja is a chartered certified accountant with a diverse educational background that includes an exclusive Master of Commerce in Marketing from Annamalai University and a Bachelor of Commerce of Corporate Department from the University of Madras. Her academic achievements are complemented by her continuous pursuit of knowledge, as evidenced by her certifications in sustainability from prestigious institutions such as NYU, Stern, and European Business School. With over 5 years of experience in auditing and risk management, Induja has worked with Fortune 500 clients specializing in financial services sector. Her expertise spans multiple auditing standards, including IFRS, Dutch GAAP, and the US GAAP, allowing her to navigate complex financial landscapes with ease. She has a proven track record of performing comprehensive audits, managing internal controls, and fostering strong client relationships. So I take this privilege to welcome our dear Shanti ma'am, our former head of the department, to Amit Sir, to join in person for this seminar. Thanks for joining us, ma'am. It's a privilege to receive you here. You can see the welcome of the students.
A very good morning to one and all present. Extremely happy to be part of this webinar. All my good wishes. The topic is of current relevance, and all that I would want to say is AI without natural intelligence will not work. So try to think. I think we are all a little outdated. You people should, forge forward. My good wishes and blessings to the department and each and every one of you, particularly the teachers and the students. So God bless you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm sure and confident that the department will go steadfast in the years to come. God bless. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now request Maragudali ma'am to honor our dear Ms. Shanti ma'am with a small memento for her gracious presence. Thank you, ma'am. And to add more about our speaker, Induja, what truly acts Induja apart from her unwavering commitment to sustainability and social responsibility? She firmly believes that women's empowerment can change the world, and she actively advocates her sustainable living practices. Her involvement in various community outreach programs, including campaigns for Teach India, highlights her dedication to making a positive impact on the society. Today, as we welcome Induja, we not only gain a mentor and a leader, but also an inspiration for our own students. Her journey from our own Etraj College to a prestigious global firm services adds as a testament to the possibilities that be ahead for each of you. I encourage all the students to take this advantage and the opportunities that are offered on the premises as like Induja and learn her experiences and ask interactive questions that will help shape your career and your advancements. Yes, Induja will be delivering on the topic, what is the topic? AI in Big Fours. So artificial intelligence and Big Four auditing is the topic which is assigned for our speaker. The Big Four accounting firms approach the integrated AI in auditing in reflective of an industry-wide transformation by 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 leveraging AI. These firms are enhancing the efficiency and accuracy of their audit processes and paving the way for innovative levels of analysis and insights. This shift towards AI-driven auditing align with the broader movement in the business world towards data-driven decision making and digital transformation. And now over to Induja on the topic artificial intelligence in Big Four auditing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope everybody can see and hear me. Um, can someone confirm? Like, can you see and hear me in the auditorium?
Yes.
Perfect. I'm going to share my screen so that you can all see a little bit of the decks that I've prepared. Let me know when you can see it.
Yes, ma'am. We can able to see.
Okay, that is great. So I feel very honored and I'm so excited to be a part of the seminar because I'm one of the students from the very first batch of the MOU that we have with Etiraj College and ACCA has been a part of. So I'm really very happy to be here. So let's get started. Can you also see that I've moved to the next slide? I don't know if it's being presented rightly or not.
You have to only switch next side, ma'am. By using slideshow, you have to change the side, please. Ma'am, you have just removed the presentation. Or you send the file to us, we will present it. You can also see on the screen.
Okay. I'm trying another method. Maybe this one would work.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. I think you all can see what I'm presenting now.
Yes, ma'am. We can able to see your slide.
Perfect. That is good. Okay, so welcome to the topic, which is artificial intelligence and Big Four's audit. So this is a little bit of an introduction about me. This is me when I first joined my job with KPMG Global in the Netherlands, which I'm currently at as well. I function as an audit supervisor with KPMG in the Netherlands, and I live in Amsterdam. So I have over 6 years of experience, but I started my job when I joined as a graduate, right after undergraduation with Deloitte as a campus hire from our college. So I would say that that has been the way that was paved for me, which is where I am here right now. And I'm also a chartered certified accountant, which is the ACCA, and I started pursuing ACCA while I was doing my BCom in our college. And the first symbol is, of course, our college, because I always affiliate myself as our college is a starting point where I started to feel very empowered and recognized. So these are the first four main things. And the last two things that you see in the slide is a flock of people crossing the road with a lot of cycle. So usually in the Netherlands, whenever we present a training or you have to hear someone speak, they always say a fun fact about themselves. So I took the liberty to put in these two pictures because the first thing or the first investment or expense that I did after coming to the Netherlands was to buy a cycle. So I had to relearn how to ride a cycle because the country just goes with more of cycling than buses and cars. So the second thing that you see on the right is the border of Belgium and Netherlands. So you know that when the cycle path starts, that's where the Netherlands starts. And that's where I live right now. And I really feel very happy about that because the country goes with a lot of sustainable goals that I perceive myself with. So, yeah, so this is a little about me and where I come from, what I affiliate myself with. So, and I have a question for you all before we could start with what I have prepared for us. The first thing is, how many of the Fortune 500 companies do you think are audited by the Big Fours? It could be a wild guess. It could be really any guess, like or a percentage or a number. And to give you a little bit of background, Fortune 500 is basically the listing by a magazine called Fortune, and it lists the top 500 companies in the world in terms of revenue. So if you're in the Fortune 500 brackets, it means that you're definitely going to have an influence on the world. So I'll leave the stage to you. You guys can give me a little bit of your guesses. There's no right and wrong answer, but yeah, I want it to be more interactive. Any wild guesses?
Ten or 15%, ma'am.
Um, could you repeat what you just said? Okay, I don't think I can hear you all, but I'm going to guess. Like, are you saying somewhere between 450 to 500 or 400 to 450?
10 or 15%, ma'am.
10 or 15%?
Yes.
Okay. But I'm going to give you a hard truth. Okay. So the answer is 100%, which is very wild, right? How can all the 500 top revenue companies in the world be audited by the Big Fours? But that is the truth. All of the top 500 companies in the world that could make a difference are audited by the Big Fours. And that is why the Big Fours are called as the Big Fours, which comprises of KPMG, Deloitte, PwC, and EY. And we're really grateful that two of the Big Fours already come to our campuses to hire us. So basically, that is why the Big Fours are called as the Big Fours, because when you're into it, if you want to be taken seriously, it just means that one of the Big Fours need to give their opinion on your financial statements. Okay, so the Big Fours, there's a common misconception that Big Fours are known only for audit and only auditors can, get into the profession and be in the Big Fours. But no, the Big Fours also have a branch for taxation. They also help with advisory, and they also help with consulting for mergers and acquisitions. It could be strategies and a lot of other things that are coming under the bracket for the Big Four. So you not just have to be a chartered accountant or a chartered certified accountant to get into Big Fours. You can be an accountant, you could be a master of business administration, and you can always get into a Big Four and you can find a place for yourself. Okay. AI, what's the history and why now? So we've been hearing more about AI in the past couple of years. I think for the past 4 years, we've been hearing more about it, especially after COVID. But do you know that AI has been in existence from 1950s?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
Is it okay if we screen share the PPT because the words are not clear when you are sharing it?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
I can see the screen now.
Please let us know which slide we have to.
I think we are in the fourth slide.
Fourth slide, okay.
Yes.
Is it this
Yes.
one?
The next slide after
Okay.
this.
Thank you,
Great.
ma'am. You can continue. Sorry.
Of course, thanks for interrupting, and please feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions in what I'm talking about. Okay, perfect. So can I start with where we're going at the moment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Please continue.
Okay, perfect. So we were discussing about why AI is a big thing right now, because we've been hearing more about AI since the past 4 years, but we haven't heard more about AI since the 1950s, right? That is because after the 2020s, there has been a generative AI that has been like the breakthrough that we've had in the stream of artificial intelligence. And now that artificial intelligence cannot just be, something that's very technical, that's available only for a higher level of people or technologies, but now AI can be applied to even small things, like a lot of things that you must have already seen. I think in the social media platforms and everything, you can see people who are not actually people, but AIs that are mimicking more like human voices and human movements. So ever since this breakthrough, there has been more talks about AI, but AI has been in existence from 1950s. So one question here: what do you think, or where do you think was the first use of AI in? Where do you think that AI was first used in the 1950s? Like, what did they use it for?
In the field of data entry and other stuff.
Okay. Okay, that is also a good answer. We are almost there. Yes, it was for data entries, but the first AI was used in World War II. That is because Alan Turing, who's a computer, he's also called as the father of computer technologies. Okay, so he was with the UK's military, and they wanted to decode the German bombs and information. They wanted to understand where it was. So that is when he started asking the question: can machines think? Can machines think like humans so that we can decrypt the data from whatever the Germans were sending to bomb the countries? So that was the first use of AI. And think about the evolution now, right? So we are in 2024, and even now AI has been in existence, but now it's more simplified for the use of every common person in the world. So this is a little bit of understanding when I wanted to get more into AI, because that was the topic of the seminar, for your information. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay. So my friend Ramapriya had already talked to you about how we can use AI in audit. And for a fact, we both did ACCA together. We were one of the first batches, and we used to attend the classes together in our college. And now I feel really great that, we are two speakers in the same seminar back in our college. So this gives me a lot of pride. But anyway, so how can AI play a part in audits? The first thing is that every time in audit, the auditors can only give reasonable assurance that there is no material misstatement in the financial statements, which means that nobody can give you, as an auditor, a full assurance. So, me as an auditor, when I'm auditing the Fortune 500 clients of KPMG, I cannot say that 100% there is no material misstatement at all. So, there is only a reasonable assurance, which means that I cannot comfort 100% that there is no issues with the financial statements. That is the general thing with audit. So there is always a gap of things that we see here. And the picture that you see in the left is a needle in a haystack. So that's the kind of job that we do. Okay. So for a company that has more than 10,000 or even millions of transactions, we try to find frauds in those transactions, which is more like 10 needles in an entire haystack, which is more like a guessing job. That's what we do, right? So we kind of sample a couple of transactions from the entire population, and then we test them in audit. And then we say that, okay, so we've tested 10 populations out of the entire 10,000 population, and there was no mistake in the 10 population, in the 10 samples that we selected. So we deem that the entire 10,000 population is good. So that's the kind of job that we do. So there's a little bit of, gap there for analytics. So that's also when we can use AI. AI can make meaningful predictions with data-driven technology, which helps us a lot. So that's the first point that I've stated here. And the second one is professional skepticism and judgment. So these two are the things that my friend mentioned, that it cannot be, done by the AI, which is right. But we can help, we can ask, we can have and develop technologies that can help us with the reasoning. So for you to form a judgment and be skeptical, you can have informed decisions by the use of AI, which is very good for us, because the big fours have an oversight body as well. So we have PCAOB and also SEBI. We have organization of people from there who come into the big fours and say, okay, you've audited 10 listed companies, and I'm going to take 2 or 3 of the audits that you've done, and I'm going to see if the audits that you have done is good or not. And that is when we kind of have to explain our judgment to these regulators. We need to say that, okay, I observed all of this, and this is the reason behind my judgment. But sometimes human judgment could be very subjective. I could think that, yes, the population that I've selected for and the samples are good enough, But the person who's coming for an inspection from SEBI might say that, no, I do not agree with your samples. So that's when we can back up all of these professional judgment with the use of AI technology. And the third one is volume and complexity of financial data in the modern world. So when we get the journal entry dump from the client when we do our audit, that's more like a million lines. Sometimes even the Excel rows are not enough for a company's transactions. So they kind of transport all the data in like a different software right from their machine to our machines. So in cases like that, where you have huge volumes of transactions that you have to audit as a human, it's almost impossible. So in these cases is where, AI can really help us. It can help us with a more backed up technology to give us really good analytics out of the entire volume and complexity of the population. So these three things are more like the areas where AI can play a very big part in audits. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, great. So we know that big fours are mostly I wouldn't say mostly, but they are the industry-wide transformation makers. So whatever the big four follows, the industry does follow. The entirety of the big 10 accounting firms, they all start to follow when the change is made in the big fours, right? So not just the entirety of the audit firms, but also the clients start to make transformations with AI because their auditors are going to use AI to audit their accounts. So when the big fours follow the AI, it means that there's going to be a big transformation in the industry itself. Second thing is enhancing the efficiency and accuracy of the audit process. I've already touched upon this because I gave you an example of sampling where we use more of like, you can't be 100% accurate about things. There's only reasonable assurance, right? So in those cases, it is very helpful with the AI that we can follow and form informative and proper judgments. Enhancing efficiency. So one fun fact about the big fours is that they always need people. They are always short of people somehow, and there's always a big employee turnover rates. So in cases where they're not able to find people to do the job, AI can be of really good help, like how Ramapriya already explained. So for repetitive tasks like tie-outs and all of that, you could improve the efficiency of human beings if you use AI at the background. Yeah. And then innovative levels of analysis and insights from regulators. Insights from regulators are also the PCAOB regulations and SEBI regulations that I was talking to you about. SEBI is the oversight body for the exchange, for the public exchange, for public listed companies, and PCAOB is for the US. So these two are majorly like the important regulators that you need to be aware of, who will be, the regulators for the big fours. And the fourth point is the shift towards AI-driven audits aligned with the broader movement in the business. So when you make decisions based on informed or backed up analytics, the quality of your decision making also improves. Like I said, it's not just the big fours that are going to follow AIs, but when you know that your auditor is going to use a particular technique to follow and form decisions, it's 100% sure that the clients would also want to do the same. So whenever you use AI, there is more scope and improvement for you to make data-driven decisions, which is very important in the field of audit. Let's move to the next slide. Okay. So this is a list that I put together, like examples of the tools of the AI that are already in use with the big fours. The first one is natural language processing, which kind of processes the reports and legal documents in different languages. So my practical experience with that is that I was auditing a European component client where we had acquisitions that the company had made. So the company acquired land and building all over in Europe. And the thing with Europe is that every country has its own legal language. Say, for example, in the Netherlands, we follow Dutch and English, and in Spain, it's Spanish and Italian, things like that. So for me, when they gave me the documents of the entire legal processing of the acquisition from Italy, Spain, and the Netherlands and Malta, it was kind of challenging because every legal document was more than 100 pages and it was in a different language that I did not understand. But I was the supervisor in the audit and I had to take lead. But if I don't even know how to, read with that particular language that the legal document is in, how will I understand the genuinity of the document when I audit it? So I kind of struggled with that. That is when this natural data processing comes into picture, which kind of processed all of the documentation and it just translated everything in, say, for example, an hour. So you might be asking me, okay, we have Google Translate. Why don't you just use that? That also does the same job, right? But it works differently in the big fours. You are not authorized to use any of the external party um, you know applications or web softwares because you have client sensitive information, and if it's a listed client and it gets leaked anywhere, that could be a catastrophic disaster, not just for the big fours but for the client as well, right? So there's a lot of ethics and compliance that you need to follow, and this natural language processing AI tool really helped me to get a better understanding. And also one thing that before the AIs came into picture, the big fours were using human translators. So we used to give all of these documents to internally employed human translators, and they would read line by line and word by word these legal documents, and they would translate it to English, which was also very time consuming, and it's very demanding in the ways of cost. So, yes, so natural language processing AI really did help me there. And the second one is machine learning, where we use for risk assessment in financial audits. So we categorize every single account that we have inside that you can see in the balance sheet and uh, the income statement into high risk and lower risk and elevated, base, medium. So based on the risk proposition, we input audit techniques into that account and then we get comfort over that account. So in things like that, machine learning, where the machine starts to learn and understand how the account has been moving since the prior years. So in those cases, it can, the judgment for the risk assessment that the machine learning can give you is more informed because it analyzes the data from prior years. It analyzes the data in the industry. Say, for example, for some industries, revenue is a very critical area because that's where the money comes in. But then for services, it's not. For service provider clients, it is not. So with things like that, machine learning can really help us in risk assessment techniques for the audit. And the third one, I haven't really used robots and drones myself in KPMG, but I do know that from my friends and from what I've heard and learned that EY is the leader in robots and drones. So they've been using drones to use them for like inventory counting, because it's almost impossible when you do inventory counting to stay there when it's a multinational company, right? They send like 2 or 3 auditors and then they start to count one by one, and it's going to take you months and months to understand the inventory. So in those cases, they start to employ robots and drones, which is a very effective method of doing so. And the fourth one is applied AI, which is more like a judgment, artificial intelligence. So in that tool, what they do is they give the information about tax law, tax cases, and then they understand if this tax case is going to win in the court or not. So in things like that, so not just in audits, but also for tax law cases, it could be a great breakthrough. And the last one is AI Mind Bridge. That is also a tool that is used for sampling accounts and identifying the frauds in millions of transactions. So these are a couple of tools that I know are a little technical, but it's important that you know what is the tool, AI tools that are being used in the audit at the moment in the Big Fours to have like, okay, what do we have to develop our skill on? So for that background, I think to know what these tools are is pretty important. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, we know that there's always a good and bad side to everything, right? So it's not just that AI is going to be 100% helpful, it's going to stay in our lives. It is going to stay in our lives forever from now on, but you need to overcome a couple of hindrances to be effective with AIs. The first thing is cyber leaks and compliance. Like I said, the artificial intelligence, most of the tools and the applications work on cyberspace, which means that anybody, if the hackers try to access your data in the cloud space, they will still be able to do it if the AI tool does not have a strong resistance towards cyber attacks. So in those cases, we need to be very, very careful, because if there is a leak or a cyber attack in the system of Big Fours, it could be catastrophic to the entire world, because you have very, very sensitive information from your clients that could, influence stock prices, stock raise, and, insider trading and all of that. So we need to really be careful with cyber attacks and compliance and ethics when we use AIs. The second one is errors in algorithm. So basically, you feed the artificial intelligence a lot of information from the prior years or with the industry to understand and form a decision for the current year. But if you feed the AI with wrong information, say, for example, you mistakenly put through the data of another client on the AI that you want to form a decision on a different client, then it's going to have you form very wrong conclusions because there are errors in the algorithms, like the ways in which it forms the decision. And the third one is cannot help with intuition or human instinct, or we call it as the auditor's instincts, right? So sometimes you really know it when you need to look into an account very deeply. I do not know if it's called emotional intelligence, but with your experience as an auditor, if you're very curious about a lot of things and you pay attention to details, there are some situations where you feel, okay, I think I need to ask this client more question because they are stammering when they're answering because something is not right. There was also one case when I was working that I asked the client for one document to help me with my conclusion, and he buried me with 27 documents. And then I started to get more curious. I was like, I asked you only for one document, which is very plain and simple, but why would you give me 27 to 30 documents to look at? And everything was pretty lengthy as well. So, what the client was trying to do is that he just overburdened me with a lot of information that I would forget or I would fail to notice where the problem or the fraud had happened. So, these are the things that AI cannot help with because those are human emotions and intelligence. But I think that AI is also coming up with human emotion or intelligence softwares. So maybe in the near future you could have AIs make emotional decisions like humans, but we would never know. But also, this is why the European Union has passed a legislation or an act that restricts the areas where you can use AI. And thankfully, audit is not a part of them. But we really need to be careful on the areas that we place our AI tools in, because that could influence you with like dangerous misinformation. So you just need to handle with care a little bit there when you're using AI tools for audit. Can we go to the next slide? Okay. So this is the next segment of my presentation. But before we get into this, do you have any questions so far for me? It could be any question, anything you're curious about.
Good morning, ma'am. My question is that is AI being used for training and development of employees of the Big Four, ma'am? Ma'am, good morning. Is AI being used for training and development of employees of the Big Four, ma'am?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I did hear you. So I haven't come across, especially with my experience priorly in Deloitte and also with KPMG. Could you maybe mute the room so that I could speak?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay, thank you for the question. So in my experience in KPMG Global and also in Deloitte, I do not think that so far they've used AI to train people, but we are trained by our instructors on the AI tools. So we are trained in our onboarding and continuous foundation or audit academy, we call it. In like every year we meet up, we gather, and we talk about the improvements that we can do in audit. So far we haven't been trained by AI, but we've had like a fair share of how AI works in audit though. So far, no AI could replace a human who could be there and talk to us in person. I hope that answers your question. Any other question before we get to the next part?
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, is the integration of AI in the Big Four companies leading to job displacement or job transformation?
Thank you for your question. So, like my friend already talked about in the previous session, no. So, AI is not going to make us lose our jobs because, like I said, an auditor's instinct cannot be learned by AI at any point. But you can use your AI to back up your decisions, and it can help you your time be very efficient. So you don't need to do the jobs that are more like tick and ties and vouching every single thing like support to your transaction. So you don't need to do repetitive tasks, which means that you have time to focus on very important ones. So yes, it's not going to make us lose jobs, that's for sure. I hope that answers your question too. Anything else before we move ahead? Okay, I think in the interest of time, maybe we can continue with the presentation, and I would like you to move one slide before. Yes, great, thank you. So this is the next segment that I really am interested in talking to you all about. So quick question here. What do you think is the biggest challenge that the world is facing right now? Like, what is the biggest challenge for human itself in the world? Just quick thoughts about what do you think? Like, what do you think is the biggest problem in the world right now?
Sustainability and climate change.
Yes, that is correct. I they also moved one one slide next, but yeah, that is so correct. Climate change is the most threatening situation that we are facing right now, and that's changing a lot of lives. So, do you have any idea why I'm talking about climate change in a presentation that is for accountants or people studying commerce? On AI and audit. So why do you think I brought up climate change in this presentation? Um, I think the auditorium is muted. Yes, please go ahead. I can hear.
Can you hear me? Ma'am, when it comes to climate change, it affects everyone globally. When you're considering even accounting and auditing field, we have to ensure that every practices does not affect our environment. And we are creating policies and framework to make it a better procedure while we're doing our work in the corporate world too.
Perfect, perfect. That is the exact answer that I was looking for, and I wanted to explain. Thank you so much for expressing your thoughts. So yes, it is right. But we are not people from a scientific background because we took our stream to pursue commerce and accounting in when we were in school, and but also for us to play a part in climate change, there is huge because you can make a change when you're being an auditor, and especially when you're with the big four, you're working with clients and you're serving clients that are in the Fortune 500. You could have a lot of influence on how things are made. So how do you think we can make a change? Is that we as auditors do not only express an opinion on financial data. So you could be thinking that, okay, I'm an auditor. I sign my opinion on a balance sheet and, the profit and loss account, which is more like just financial data. But what about non-financial data, right? So this is when sustainability audits came into picture a couple of years ago, which is an evolving topic. And I myself am trying to understand more about it as we go forward. So, sustainability audit is nothing but non financial data being audited by accountants, of course. So, if you have your hands on experience on auditing non financial data, which is a very tricky subject, right? So, how do you express an opinion, or how do you audit when they say that, okay, I have this much carbon emission, I have this much wastewater management? So, they put it in their annual reports telling, okay, we reduced our carbon emissions this much by 2024. But how do you audit these numbers of non-financial data? Because we are not thought of that in our studies and everywhere. As an auditor or an accountant, it's mostly that you can only understand how financial data is driven, but non-financial data is very, very new, and it's a very hot topic in all of big fours. I'm going to pause here. Are you able to see and hear me? Because I don't see the audience. Can you hear me? Okay, can you go to the next slide if you can hear me? Okay, so I'm going to assume that you can hear and see me. Well, all right. So when climate change was becoming, is still becoming a big thing in the world, so it actually started to be noticed in 1997. That's when people from United Nations from different countries came together and they were discussing on climate change. So they were thinking, okay, we know that this is becoming a bigger problem now, but how do we track the improvements that we make towards climate change and other, the global greenhouse gas emissions and everything? So that's when they formed this committee called, or this organization called the Global Reporting Initiative. I read about it very theoretically when I was doing my ACCA. Okay. So I read very theoretically about it when I was doing my ACCA. But after I started working, I understood that this is indeed a great thing, right? So what this Global Reporting Initiative did was it formed a set of rules that every company, especially the listed ones, need to produce their non-financial data. So the companies now cannot just say that, okay, we make this much profit, we have this much revenue, and be a great company. No, you need to state in your annual report how much you contribute towards your sustainability goals, which is the most important thing. So I think that whatever we see here in this slide, regarding sustainability reporting and AI, is that there are a lot of challenges that auditors and even the companies are facing while they try to collect data about sustainability to represent in their annual reports. So this challenge can be helped through the use of AI. So AI can help with tracking all of these information for the clients and will also help us in auditing those informations. So say for example, the company wants to say that it's going to have lesser carbon emissions. I can hear the background noise in the auditorium room. Okay, okay, that is great. So, when companies try to understand how much of carbon emission that they're trying to make, how do you even put it and how do you even comprehend it in your annual report, right? So, with the use of AI, the companies are able to track how much carbon emissions they make by their employees. Say, for example, when they commute to office, they use a car, and we know that, okay, this car emits this much carbon dioxide and it's going to pollute the environment this much. Or say, for example, most of the companies have started to give their employees electric cars rather than petroleum-based ones in Europe. So these kind of initiatives to track how sustainability can be reported in audits is done through AI. Can we go to the next slide, maybe? Yes. So we already talked about how sustainability audit can be held through AI. So it helps with data collection and management, like for example, tracking the CO2 in the cars and how much you pollute the environment while you produce your product and what is your supply chain and everything like that. So I might be talking about, for an example, I was auditing a company in Europe, but it had its factory in India. So whatever it was made was produced in India, but then it was sold in the Netherlands. And I was wondering, okay, the company does make really good profits because it makes its products in India. So which is a good thing, right? So it's all cost saving for them and everything. But is the factory running in proper labor conditions? Is the water management and the pollution that they have on the environment while they produce their goods in India, is that really harmful for people in India or the country itself? But the company was not making use of that. So now that we have a lot of requirements about sustainability audits, even though I audit a company here in Europe, for example, I still need to look into the value chain it creates in India. So I am supposed to look into the working conditions, whether the product is produced ethically in India and everything of that. So I think that this is a really good breakthrough for us, because if you come abroad and you look at things here, most of it is either made in India or China. And I always used to think, okay, you produce everything in India because it is of lesser money for you, but you also pollute our environment that much in India, right? So we get all the products here abroad, but most of it is made in India. And in the cost of production, there's so much that we are going through in the country for the environment compared to how the developed nations are. So I think sustainability audits kind of pay way to that. So if you're someone who's really interested in the society, who really wants to make a change in the society, then I think you should also have or upskill yourself about sustainability audits, because that's becoming a hot topic now. Not just because it's very important with climate change, but now it has become mandatory for the top 1,000 listed companies in India by SEBI to report on sustainability. So at some point, you know that all the companies are going to do that. So why not stay in top of the game and get yourself acquainted with sustainability audits? So audit is not just about financial audit, but you also have sustainability audit, which is non-financial audits. This is a little bit about that. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the elements that we see on sustainability audit. I'm going to go through it pretty quickly in the interest of time. Carbon emissions or greenhouse gases emissions, we've already talked about it. Energy consumption. So say, for example, in an office every day, how much energy or electricity is the company using, and how can it maybe use solar panels to reduce its consumption of conventional electricity, things like that. And water usage, how much are you able to recycle and use the water less. And then in waste management, say for example, how much of the unwanted things in the environment are you recycling in order to bring up your new products. And then labor practices, we already talked about that. Health and safety for the employees or laborers working in your factory, that is also very important. Sustainable procurement. So instead of getting your suppliers from multinational companies, again, you can source your products from small or medium-sized entities and help the environment as well, and also help good economies to grow. So, an impact on biodiversity and life cycle assessment. So, this is all about how or what a company does that could impact its environment. So, all of these are like little factors, and it's all very tricky because the entire industry is in learning right now on how to use AI to help with all of these. But these are more like the elements that we want to focus on bringing AI tools in Big Fours so that all of this can be tracked. Okay, next one. Perfect. So I think we're almost at the end of the presentation. So do you have any questions, especially on sustainability, or if you have any questions on my experience or why I pursued HCCA, not any other course, then please go ahead and ask it.
Good morning, ma'am. Ma'am, I have a
Hello.
question related to AI. So if AI is integrated in companies, especially in the auditing sector, does it ensure data privacy?
Thank you for your question. So, yes, if the AI tool is like completely sponsored and brought about by a particular company, say for example, KPMG has its own AI tools. So that's like available only for employees in KPMG and only for KPMG clients. So things like that can ensure that there is 95% of data integrity within when you use it in a particular organization. But if you use generative AI that is probably available in the free of internet, like something that's in the cyberspace, then we are actually prohibited from using all of those in the cyberspace because that could be very vulnerable for client sensitive information. Does that answer your question?
Are there any partnerships with technology companies to enhance AI capabilities, and what are the outcomes?
Thank you for your question again. That's indeed a great question because, yes, the big fours are mainly auditing focused companies. We are not really experts in AI technology. So, we do partner up with AI leading technology providers. Some names that are publicly available information is IBM and other technology developing companies. So we kind of partner with them and then we tell them, hey, this is the kind of output we want, this is the kind of tool we want, so why don't you just make it for us? Because we are not domain experts in AI, but we can make use of it. So yes, they have partnered with a lot of generative AI companies, especially for the big fours in the industry. Any other questions?
When it comes to technology, we are not using only artificial intelligence during these processes. Other technologies are also used. So while integrating these technologies together, how do you think the employees and the management goes for it?
Interesting question. So, the employees need a lot of mind change, a change of the way that we look at things. I think the leadership, like, the partners and the stakeholders with the big fours, they have kind of, understood that, okay, AI is going to be inevitable. And if you want to stay on top of your game in the industry and make really good business, you definitely need to use AI. But then with the employees, it's more like trial and error. Now we are trying to keep an open mind to understand and work on more AI. Especially for me, for me, I'm more like a paper pen person. So if there's a meeting that's happening, I always take my paper and pen and I start, taking notes. But some people use their computers to do it. So for me, in particular, as an employee, to adapt to AI technologies and everything, that was a little bit of challenge, but they give us a lot of training. They keep us very well informed to know that, hey, you've been doing this task, but you can use this AI tool to do it more better. So I think that kind of awareness is pretty widespread, and the leadership in big fours are taking more efforts for their employees to understand the use of AI. Yeah, I think that answers your question. Anything else?
No, ma'am, nothing else. I would now like to call Tatashri to give the vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative address. The knowledge would have well resonated with those aspiring to work in the Big Four companies. Your engaging discussion sparked valuable conversation among our students and faculty. Inspire us to think about the future of technology in business. Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity. I really enjoyed it. Thanks for being very interactive and asking questions and answering the questions. So I hope this is, has been an informative session for you. And not everybody is given the opportunity of pursuing ACCA, with the help of the college. So when our college makes use of it, I think that you should definitely enjoy taking your opportunity for granted and going ahead and pursuing something while you're doing your degree, because I'm someone who's like been very benefited. I still remember standing in front of the department to tell ma'am that I have my ACCA classes this time, and I think it really helped my career to fast track, other than following a conventional chartered accountancy. So, all the best to everybody, and thank you so much for listening to me.
And informing the students. Thank you so much. Thank you, Induja. Are you able to hear me?
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, I can hear you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so
Thanks a
much,
lot.
Induja. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
All the day college students, you will go to the respective classes. Clear? You will have to go to the department. Day college students, go to the department. If you have NME, go for NME classes. And then after NME class, you will have to join the link. Inform your friends who have not come today. Clear? Those who have not come today.
is actually when I'll just set some ground rules. Okay. Feel free. Number one, feel free. Make yourselves comfortable. Don't be in a mindset that is going to be too technical or too boring. I'll try my maximum level best to make it engaging, to make it relatable to you. Okay, sure.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. We have an exciting lineup of sessions ahead that I believe will deepen our understanding and spark valuable discussions. So let's begin. There's a common saying that sound accounting policies are the backbone of effective financial management. I would like to invite Dr. Beulah Ma'am, Head of Department of Corporate Secretaryship, to welcome our speaker with a flower bouquet. I now invite Dr. M. Sharmeen Farooq Ma'am to welcome Mr. Gopi Krishna, Sir, Speaker of the third session.
Good afternoon. Accounting policies are specific accounting principles and methods to prepare and present financial statements. Being the rules, conventions, and practices, they provide a clear picture of the financial statements. Accounting policies including accounting principles such as GAAP and IFRS, accounting methods such as FIFO and LIFO, and also approaches such as a conservative and an aggressive approach. Today, we have amongst us Mr. Gopi Krishna, who is a qualified member of ACCA, to give us a talk on the various types of accounting policies. Mr. Krishna is currently serving as Senior Auditor in Ernst & Young, having graduated from Vivekananda College. He's a renowned for his exemplary oratory skills. He has won several accolades in collegiate events and has been honored with Extra Miler and Excellence, a team management award at EY for his remarkable contribution. He has served as a judge for numerous events in esteemed schools and colleges, including IIT Saran. Sir is also a co-founder of Judgmentalist, Parliamentary Debates, an online community for debate. We are extremely privileged to have with you us, sir. Over to you.
Should I start now? Yeah, so coming back to the ground rules, I'll make sure this lecture does not go boring. I know when it always comes to technical topics, we might seem a little bit flat, but trust me, it's going to be interesting. Then I want this session to be interactive. I don't want the session to be two-way. So when I ask you a question or at any given point of time throughout this lecture, if you have any question or if you have any suggestion, even if you feel like the AC is too cold, interrupt and ask me. Okay? You have all the rights in the world to interrupt me and ask me or question me what is it on the board or what are you talking and not able to understand. Only if you give me feedback, I know if I'm going too fast or too slow or I'm too boring or I'm deviating from the topic. Please tell me. Clear? Okay. So, what's today's topic for the lecture? Sorry? Accounting policies. What is an accounting policy? Yes. I heard someone saying rules and regulation. Who's that? Rules and beautiful. Rules and regulations of accounting used while drafting financial statements. Beautiful. Any other answers? Amazing. Any other answers? Okay. So
before going, I'll do a small marketing of myself. Because if you are sitting here, you're spending your next 1 hour of valuable time listening to me, you should at least have a basic knowledge of who I am. You should have a relatability factor as to who is this random XYZ person standing here in my college talking to me. Correct? Okay. To keep it short, I'm Gopi Krishna. People call me Gopi. I'm an ACCA member. I'm a qualified ACCA member. I graduated from Vivekananda College, Chennai. I work with EY as an audit senior. So if you see the first four icons, you can see that's relatable. You can see one random fifth icon which is not relatable to the first four icons, which depicts mic. I kept it as a purpose because I love mics, which in other words means that I'm a public speaker, I'm a debate coach, I'm an orator, I'm a freelance comedy show producer, and I also coach people on debates. And as a passion, I go to other colleges to debate, to judge debate competitions and other oratorical competitions. You can ask me, you're so passionate about debate, why finance and audit? That's the main reason. I took professional qualification from ACCA to delve deep into the world of finance and audit. Audit and finance is like it's very important. It's need of the heart. Being students of the commerce, you should know what is the importance of finance and audit, especially financial concepts, and because these concepts have a very direct effect over our life in our daily lives, correct? In our daily lives. So I just want you guys to get a basic understanding of how an accounting policy impacts the entire flow of financial statements, or how an accounting policy is going to impact the company operations, or why as a commerce background student, or aspiring chartered accountants or ACCAs or CPAs should know why accounting policies are important. I believe at the end of this lecture, you will have a brief idea as to why accounting policies are important, how it's going to be beneficial if you are a finance enthusiast or an aspiring chartered accountant. Okay, let's get into the topic. So before getting into the topic, I'll just give you a brief agenda as to what to expect today. This is going to be the definite agenda. I may deviate from this to make you understand few concepts, but more or less this is the agenda. We'll first see what's an accounting policy, basic definition, book definition, and I'll tell you how that book definition is ideally used in a practical accounting environment or a business world by the corporations. And number two is importance of accounting policy. And the reason why I mentioned AP, don't think that's accounts payable. The very reason is that I didn't have space in PPT, so I put in AP. So types of accounting policies, how an accounting policy is developed and implemented in real life, and we'll go with what is principle of this policy. Then, obviously, no concept in the world or no subject in the world is free from challenges or limitations. The more and more you learn about accounting policy, for the first half or more than first half, I'm going to market for accounting policy. At the same time, I just want you to know there are certain limitations, controversies, or problems which may arise because of accounting policies. Correct? Clear as of now? Great. So coming back to accounting policy, what is an accounting policy? As stated by one of the students, accounting policy. Let's leave accounting from the definition. What is a policy? Don't tell me LIC policy. Yeah. Policy is a document. Policy is a document which contains standards, procedures, rules, regulations, flow of operation, standard operating procedures for a particular process. Correct? For example, you're sitting in Ethraj College. Suddenly fire comes right from the top. There is a policy or there is a manual as to what should you do when a fire happens. Usually in corporates, in most of the colleges, you'll be having mock fire drill, right? So people who have experience from medical field and fire profession, they come and they'll tell you what you do. So that is a policy. That's a set of rules and regulations or suggestive measures which you should take in case of any exigency or an emergency. Likewise, a company or a corporation or an entity doing a normal course of business encounters a lot of problems. For example, there's a small vendor near my home. Probably says chat like Pani Puri, Thai Puri, Bhel Puri. That's a very small business, which should have 150 to 200 customers per day, turnover for 10,000 rupees to 15,000 rupees. If I ask that, the shopkeeper, or I call himself as buyer, if I ask him, he'll tell me there are a lot of issues maintaining my accounts. Now, I as a person or you myself think that it's a very small business. What special transactions are there going to be, or what is the problem? But even for a small business, there is a way how you record and bookkeep your transactions. Correct? Correct. In your plus two or your first year college, you might have studied a transaction life cycle. This is a flow chart, like a life cycle. Okay. First, an event appears. Event occurs. Out of the outcome of the event, a transaction occurs. I'm a shopkeeper. I sell a pen to you. That is an event. Out of the event, what is occurring? What's occurring out of the event? What transaction? Revenue transaction. It might be cash, it might be credit, but it's a revenue transaction. For a revenue transaction, for you to record in books of your accounts, what is the first thing you write in the accounts book? Journal entry. Journal entry has how many sides? Why do you do a journal entry? There's a single transaction, why it should affect two accounts? I can write sales 1,000 rupees. Why I should affect two accounts? Yes. For a cost, it should have the effect. Correct? So it should affect two accounts. The both inflow and outflow. So while recording these journal transactions, once it is posted, then where it is going? To general ledger. From ledger where it is going? From trial balance where it is going? From balance sheet to from balance sheet P&L. Then okay. P&L to balance sheet, or there are certain items only it appears in balance sheet. There are certain items which does not appear in financial statement itself. So at the end of the course, it appears in the financial statements. That financial statements, what do you do? To find it, whom do you give it? Shareholders. Leave shareholders. Let's take a bigger picture. Related parties or stakeholders. It might be shareholders, it might be government, it might be interested parties, it might be a small groups who are interested in knowing your business. Correct? So, this whole butterfly effect, if you make even your one journal wrong, or while writing your journal, you put 1 0 extra, where it will affect you? In the financial statement. Based on financial statements, your entire future and confidence of shareholder less. So these things, I gave you an example because I just want you to keep in mind that whatever input you give in the inception of the transaction, it affects in the greater picture. So you can tell me, in a dynamic competitive world, a company which does more sales or which have more visibility is known to be the number one company in the world. Every other company or every other person is selfish and greedy. No wrong in that. We want to be position ourselves as number one in the world. We want to strive for excellence. Okay? To be as number one company in the world, what do you need? A very, 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 very impeccable financial statements. In financial statement, you should have very, very, very good numbers, good profitability, good liquidity, good debt equity ratio. You should give confidence to shareholders. Only then they will buy your stocks. Correct? In order to achieve this, tell me, as a company owner, will I try to manipulate my accounts for my own greater good? Yes or no? There are a lot of chances. Correct? That's the very reason You need a regulation or a standard to regulate the way you enter the transaction in books of accounts, the way you post it in the general ledger, the way you show it in the financial statement, the way you disclose it, the way it is being circulated to shareholders. Now the circle has come. So that standard, that rules and regulation is nothing but accounting policies. Accounting policies. Great. Now does it ring any bell? Is it clear? Have I given it in a very practical form of what is an accounting policy?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you so much for the feedback. So now coming to the bookish definition, accounting policies are a company's principal practices and methods to prepare and present a financial statements. These policies basically they provide a framework, they provide a guidance to recognize, measure, record, and disclose your company's financial transactions. Simple as this. No complicated things, nothing. This is the core idea of accounting policies. So now, importance of accounting policies. So basically, I came across this particular quote, which I feel it's very relevant to accounting policy. For example, if your business was a play, which is going to be on the stage, your accounting policies are curtain raiser. Correct? If your business, I'll give you another example. If your business was a cake, accounting policies are the not icing, it's the actual crust. Accounting policies are not put for being perfect. You prepare your financial statements only based on accounting policies. I very well knew someone would say icing. That's the very reason I came up with the cake example. Okay, so accounting policies are the type of thing which is the icing on the cake. It basically is the core crust of the cake. Correct? Only based on accounting policies, you should prepare your accounting statements, financial statements. What happens if you don't follow accounting policies? Who will come and question you? Police, FBI, CBI, who will come and question you if you don't follow accounting policies? Now that I have established accounting policies are rules and regulations, it's a framework which every company is bound to follow. Who will question you if you don't follow accounting policies? Income tax. Very good. Any other ideas? Basically, authorities. Who is going to scrutinize your financial statements? Because income tax is a very good example. Only based on your profits of the company, you're going to pay the corporation taxes of the company, correct? Taxes of the company. So you have all the more conviction or reason in the world to manipulate and to show low profits in your balance sheet or profit and loss in order to pay less taxes. Correct? So you are being supervised. You are the companies. Assume you are all a company. You are individual companies. If you don't follow accounting policies, there are authorities. Not only confined to income tax. Income tax is a very crude example. We have boards. We have regulatory authorities across the country. We have global overseeing authorities. We have NFRA in India. We have IASB in UK and US. So we have so many authorities who will notice your books of accounts and leave about authorities. It's also about shareholders. Who is the ultimate investor in your company? What if the shareholder finds that you're not being using the accounting policies correct? And they think that you're trying to overstate your profits, understate your expenses, to show more profits or to show less profits. They will question you in annual general body. Ultimately, shareholders have the voting rights to elect a board of directors of the company. Shareholders have the voting rights to elect an auditor, to appoint an auditor, to disqualify an auditor. Correct? So these are accounting policies. Now, coming back to the point where companies are the ones who should follow accounting policies. That's number one. These are provided by regulatory bodies. If you don't follow, they will question. Number two. Number three, who will check if these accounting policies are put correct? Who will check? if your financial statements are correct or not, who will sign the financial statements? Auditors. So now auditors should be in a very, very, very better position or a very good position to know what are the types of accounting where you will put the justification. For example, I'm a company. I'm depreciating all my assets on state line method for last 20 years. Now that I'm realizing, oh no, I have other option also. I want variety in my life. I choose return on value method. Now, am I allowed to use as it is? I should have a justification. Plain simple. If you're doing something, you need to have a purpose of justification. So, investors or shareholders will ask, sir, why did you change the accounting or depreciation method? Now, in the financial statement of the year in which you are changing the policy, you have to disclose the reason and the net effect in the footnotes of the disclosures. Correct? Yes or no? Only then I will know as an investor. Through this conversation, let's keep it this way. You guys are companies and I'm the investor. Okay? So as an investor, I will know, okay, fine. So this accountant or this particular company, and those accounting policies also should be not only the accountant has the power to use, because accountant will be in a position to manipulate accounts or to feed accounts and he is free to change, but it needs to be vetted and approved by the board, accounting policies. Correct? For the same reason, we have a corporate governance structure in every corporate. You have an audit committee, you have board of directors, you have CEO, CFO, the C-suite, everything. Okay, it has to be go in a manner. The reason why you told is that just because we have flexibility, we can't use as it is. There should be a reason or why it is affecting. Because both of the depreciation will have a effect in the balance sheet. Correct? That's somewhat similar to depreciation. We have revenue recognition methods. We have lease accounting. We have revenue accounting. Correct? So, yeah. Why accounting policies are required? Now we saw what is an accounting policy. Now we saw how accounting policies are being brought into, who drafts accounting policies, who will question, and how accounting policies are into the company. We saw all these things. All these things are clear. Now we'll see why accounting policies are required. Number one, for financial reporting. To report. Reporting is as important as the performance of the company. I slog as a company, as a director, I slog all my 360 days in a year, making sure the company stays in first position. I spend my sweat, blood, everything into the company. But at the end of the financial year, I don't give a proper financial statements. Will you accept as an investor? How will you know I work so hard for the company? The transactions or the numbers. See, financial statements is such a beautiful invention in the world. I'll tell you why. Because in a year, in a 365-day calendar year, millions of dollars are pumped into company, thousands of employees are working, 1,000 tons of goods are produced, so many policies, so many appointments, so many paperwork, so many taxes, so many problems. There are like million possibilities which could go wrong in a company. But at the end of the day, as an investor, I will decide if I should invest in this company or not by looking at the face of director, not by looking at the office of the company, not by looking at the way factory is working, only by looking at financial statements. Financial statements is such a beautiful thing where it will show you, the paper will show you what has gone in the entire whole year. Correct? So the amount of power and responsibility that financial statement has, the same responsibility should lie with the person who is preparing the financial statement. Correct? So for the same reason, accounting policies are required for financial reporting purposes. What should I report? How should I report? What policy? What disclosures I should put? Everything. Correct? Next, come to disclosure, which is same. How should I reflect a line item in the statement of financial position? I mean, balance sheet or SOPL or cash flow. For example, you guys all know leases, right? What is a lease? A lease arrangement. So a lease type has two types. One is operating lease, one is right of use asset. If you choose, I won't dwell much into specifics. If you choose an operating lease method of recognizing your lease accounting, you don't need to show it in a balance sheet. It doesn't come anywhere in the books. The investor will not know itself. But if you choose a right of use asset, it will act as significant weightage to the balance sheet. So the way you choose a lease has a significant impact in the balance sheet. So now you have greater responsibility as a person who is preparing the paper of the financial statements to show which policy to be put in or which line item to be disclosed. Disclosure does not only putting in the line item. It's about how you present your income statement, how you present your cash flow statement, how you present your disclosure in the notes. Okay. Financial statement is not only about numbers. It's about numbers and the information supporting that numbers. So, as prescribed by standards, there's a set of definitions which defines what you should put in the disclosure in the footnotes as well, which is very, very important. Correct? So, next we'll go for investors. I told you, right? So, to attract investors, you should use commonly accepted methods. Tomorrow, you're becoming an accountant or a director of the company. You use complicated methods, you use your own methods, and you show very beautiful figure of revenue. You come to me, you're asking me, sir, invest 100 crores in a company. Look at the revenue, look at the profit. I take a look at the financial statement. I understand nothing. I understand nothing. As a chartered accountant, I understand nothing in the financial statement. It's looking like a 8-year-old's drawing notebook. What it is? What is his entry? Where is his account flowing to? It's not clear. Will I invest in the company? Will I invest in the company? I should have an understanding. I should have a transparent. I should have trust in the financial statement. Because only if I know where the money is coming, where the money is flowing, how the books of accounts are maintained, I will put my own money in there. So to attract investors, to have a uniform way, accounting policies must be used. And fourth one is the compliance. You can't use your random calculations and accounting policies and submit IPO listing or for tax purposes or for filing purposes, correct? In India, every listed company must submit their annual statements to SEBI, to its investors. It should hold an annual general body meeting. Ministry of Corporate Affairs is the regulatory body which is functioning in India, which governs and monitors all the listed and non-listed companies in India. Okay. So for compliance purposes, for income tax, as told by another student, income tax. So for all these compliance purposes, I need a uniform method. Will any compliance board or will any board accept your own methods? No, there should be a suggestion, measure, prescription as to what methods are to be used. Correct? Yeah. So four main reasons. One is the reporting, what you put in a financial statement, disclosure, how you put in a financial statement to attract investors and for complaints and legal purposes. Correct? Are we good to go for the next slide? Do you have any questions before we proceed to the next slide? Is everything clear or is it gloomy? Saturday afternoon, lunchtime, you guys are sleepy? No, right? Okay. We have spent nice 20-25 minutes talking about policies, rules, regulation, investors, blah, 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 blah. Now you might ask me, what this policy is based on? You told me that policies are a set of rules and regulations, but what are those rules and regulations? What is it based on? Correct? If you introduce a rules and if you introduce a rule or regulation or a standard, it should be based on something. Correct? It can't be loosely driven. Because that is going to be like the Bible of companies. They should follow all this. So, accounting standards, accounting principles are based on accounting standards. In your college curriculum, or if any of you are pursuing professional qualification like CA or ACC or CPA, you guys might have come across thing called accounting standards. Accounting standards are what? What is an accounting standard? Anyone? Anybody from backside? Do we have mic now? What is an accounting standard? I need one answer. I'll quickly go to the next slide. Come on, I won't go to next slide unless I get an answer. What is an accounting standard? It might be correct, it might be wrong. It's okay. I just want what's on top of your mind when I say accounting standard. Anyone? Yes, beautiful. Big round of applause to that person.
The method followed by every accounting firm.
Methods followed by every accounting firm. Beautiful. Anyone answer? Yes.
A general benchmark set to make accounting policies.
General benchmarks used to make accounting policies. Amazing. Any other answer? Last one answer. I'm looking for something more specific. Come on. Set of guidelines. Okay. Okay, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much for all your answers. Yeah, you guys are somewhat near. So, accounting standards are guidelines, benchmarks, suggestive methods to follow for each and every type of transaction. Okay? So, you have 40 to 50 accounting standards if you take any board. You have IFRS 1, 2, 8, IFRS 15, IFRS 16, IAS 8. You have something similar to law sections. You have all these sections. Correct? What these sections do, what the standards tell me? They tell me, for example, if you take IFRS 15, IFRS 15 is for revenue. Any company which is preparing financial statements based on IFRS, they should follow IFRS 15. IFRS 15 will tell you what is a revenue transaction, if a transaction is a revenue transaction or not, when you should recognize revenue. Correct? It follows a 5-step. You should first identify who are the parties involved in the transaction. You should identify what is the consideration. For a revenue transaction, sale transaction, there should be what? There should be two things. One is the commodity. Second one is the consideration. What's the consideration? Price, money, cash. Are you doing for charity? No. You are a company doing for profit. So you need a consideration, an amount for which service or goods you are giving. Just because I sell you a product and you give me money, that's not sufficient to qualify for a revenue transaction. I can't recognize revenue unless until both of the parties have performed their obligation from their own side. So I'm having a stationery shop. You're coming to me. You're buying a pen from me. Correct? You are giving 10 rupees. I am giving 1 penny. Does this qualify for a revenue transaction? Why? Sale and consideration. Have both of the parties fulfill their obligations? What is my obligation as a shopkeeper? To deliver the goods. I have delivered. What is the obligation of the customer? So now, in my books of accounts, I can recognize revenue of 10 rupees sale to so and so person. Correct? Now you come to me. I'm a stationery shop holder. You ask me, sir, I want 10 pens, but I don't want all the pens now. You supply me because if you give me all the 10 pens, my younger sister will take away everything. So what you do, I'll give you 100 rupees. You supply me pen every week. 1 pen you supply. Now I'll give you 100 rupees. I'll come next week, give me 1 pen. I'll come the next week, give me 1 pen. Now, this arrangement, does this qualify as a revenue transaction? Yes, beautiful. Why? Done partially. Okay. As a shopkeeper, can I recognize revenue of 100 today in my books of accounts? Yes or no? Liability. No, just give me an answer, static answer. Yes or no? Can I recognize 100 rupees in my today books of accounts? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. The answer is no. Why? I'll tell you why. So do you remember when the moment I said both of the parties should fulfill their performance obligation? What is shopkeeper's obligation? 10 pence, 100 pence. You're going to keep a shop or something. Competing. 10 pence. Only one party has fulfilled their obligation by giving 100 rupees. As a shopkeeper, did I perform my obligation? No. Then I cannot recognize my revenue. I should recognize only 10 rupees today, 10 rupees next week, 10 rupees the next to next week. Correct? For example, today is March 31st. Today I'm closing my accounts. Correct? You come to me, you tell me, I'll give you 100 rupees, you give me 10 pence, 1 pen I'll take now. If I recognize revenue as 100 rupees today, it will be shown as a revenue in my profit and loss ending today, books of accounts. Is that correct? Now I'm inflating my revenue. Now I'm showing my investors that 100 rupees has been received today. 100 rupees has been received, but your obligation has been done. 100 rupees is in cash box. Has your obligation done? Same way. We all use subscription plans, right? We all use subscription plans. Take for OTT, Amazon Prime, shopping apps, everything. We pay 999 for Prime today, and we use Prime for next 12 months. Can Amazon recognize all the 1,000 rupees today in the books of accounts? They should allot divided by 12. Whenever they are satisfying their set of performance obligations, they should recognize. Correct? So this is a small example of revenue. The very, very loose, crude, small example of revenue. If you go into deep, there are a lot of revenue recognition methods. There are a lot of lease accounting. For each and every type of transaction in a business, they have a standard of how to use the business methods, correct? Okay. The most widely used accounting standards are of two types in the world. You must have come across these two words at least once in your lifetime as a commerce professional, correct? You guys recognize these words, IFRS gap? Yes, sir. What are these? Someone know what's the full form of IFRS? Beautiful. What's for gap? You guys know what's the difference between both of these? Okay. Somewhat similar. Very good. Basically, what she said was IFRS for international recognized, GAAP is for country specific. Very good, very good. So this is the answer. You can ask me, so there are two things. One is IFRS, one is GAAP. IFRS are the set of standards prepared by a board called IASB, International Accounting Standards Board. And GAAP is something which is prepared by that specific country's accounting board. Correct? Yes or no? Yes. Who is India's specific accounting board? Overseas, issue standards, makes regulations. Who is it? ICAI, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Correct? Similar to this, we have boards across the globe, across the world, for every country. See, you can ask me, sir, you talk so much about being accounting policies uniform. You talk so much about bringing a standard in way we use transactions or we recognize revenue in books of account. Then why every other country in the world wants to use their own standards? Does it contradictorily affecting the statement which you said right now? Yes and no at both the same time. I'll tell you why. So IFRS is a very broad accounting standards which undergoes changes every other. It's a dynamic. It's not a standard which is prepared 50 years ago and which is being used right now. It's a dynamic standard which is being updated every other day. Because business is dynamic, world is changing. 15 to 20 years back, we didn't have cryptocurrency. We didn't have AI. We didn't have virtual money. Correct? 40 to 50 years back, we didn't have credit cards. We didn't have Google Pay, Apple Pay, everything. Correct? But now, business is changing. The world is evolving. The more and more change is happening, the more and more difficult it's going to be for your businesses. Correct? What happens if your business does not adopt to what's happening in the world? You will be put down by competitors. Correct? Yes or no? To give you a loose example, everybody uses Google Pay, right? Is there someone who doesn't use Google Pay? Even if we will have only very minuscule of percentage, correct? Everybody is adopted to digital payments. So wherever you go, you don't carry cash or wallet. I don't carry cash or wallet. I carry only my mobile phone. Wherever I go, I scan, I pay, I scan, I pay, I scan, I pay. Correct? What happens if a business is very stubborn, saying, I don't want Google Pay, I only accept cash? Will that business's sales go up or go down? Why? Yes. People, consumers prefer convenience over anything. Correct? You might feel, post this lecture, you're a little bit tired. If you go by bus, if you go by metro, it will cost 40. But if you take an auto or a cab, it will cost 150. But if you're tired, you'll take a cab. Correct? Because we prefer convenience over anything. So likewise, businesses, if they don't want to be in the trend or they don't want to adopt digital practices, they'll be knocked out. The reason why I'm saying is that, for example, cryptocurrency or virtual money, it's a very vague concept. Not everybody understands the full concept of virtual money. Correct? Because if we have a physical money, if we have a bank account, if I have a 500 rupee note in my hand, you can clearly see that I have 500 rupees in my hand and I can avail any service or buy any good worth of 500 rupees. If it's a virtual money or a virtual token, whom the prices are rising and falling like crazy, like stock market, will you be okay to adopt that as a payment method? Even though, if you adopt the payment method, how will you account that? How will I account crypto as my payment method? There are a lot of businesses in the world right now. Very popular example is Tesla, who's like in almost the verge of accepting cryptocurrencies as a payment method for their cars. Correct? So, even if as a business I'm ready to accept new methods, new dynamic methods in the industry, how will I account it? How will I show? Where will I put balance sheet or liability? Or where should I show in P&L? Or how should I disclose? If I don't follow a prescriptive method, if I do it as per my own convenience, investors will reject it. Compliance officers will ask me questions. So, to clear all this confusion, to give you a handbook, there are standards issued by authorities for all type of transactions. Okay, clear? So IFRS and GAAP. Let's quickly see what are the differences between both. As stated by one of the students, IFRS is an internationally recognized accounting standard. GAAP is a specific standard. Do you guys have any idea what type of standards are used in India? Don't look at the slide. Do you guys have any idea what are the types of standards which are used in India? Indian accounting standards, commonly known as Ind AS, not India AS, it's Ind AS. Okay, so let's come to that Ind AS later. Now, commonly used methods are IFRS versus GAAP. IFRS are global standards which is developed by IASB. I told you there's a board called International Accounting Standards Board, which is an internationally recognized body which has board members as like international accountants, qualified chartered accountants, people who have very vast experience in the finance domain. They sit and they see what are the transactions affecting, what's the best practice to tell businesses, what is the suggestive methods. Their job is that. Okay. So it's a global standards developed by IASB. Whereas if you come to GAAP, it's country specific standards. So in international context, there might be certain practices which is used as a practice. But when you come to certain countries, you take any developing country, or if you take an example of India, the business dynamics is a bit different. Correct? Not all the, because in IFRS can cater to all countries, but not to the very specific drill down level. They can't cater to each and every type of transaction because in each of the countries, the economic decisions, the political influence, the way the India or any other country uses their exports or imports, what type of natural resources the country has, all this play a major role in the type of business or the industry in which it is operating. Correct? So IFRS, the people from other countries or people from countries, the accountants and the boards are thinking that IFRS is very good, but it does not, because the business owners and the companies are a little bit hesitant or a little bit unclear about how to do it for Indian context. Correct? How to account it in local rules and regulations or in our own words. So they come with GAAP. GAAP is flexible. GAAP are usually flexible. It's accounting standards developed by their own country. IFRS. We'll come across what principle based and rule based in a bit of time. IFRS is a principle based. It's flexible. You can use IFRS in a legal way. This side of that's it. But GAAP is a rule based. It's very fixed. If a company, if tomorrow you're going to be employed in any companies like Deloitte USI, firms like Deloitte USI or even GDS or PwC, companies which are firms which are supporting onshore practices or offshore practices of other countries, you might be seeing a lot of companies will use IFRS as the base of the financial statements. Some company will use US GAAP, some companies will use UK GAAP, Indian companies mostly use Ind AS. So now you should know why these companies are choosing this type of method, even though they have an option. Most of them will go for the commonly used method. Why they are using? Because their business supports this type of rule-based policies. They want these type of rule-based policies. They don't want any flexibility. So coming to the applicability, it's used in 140 plus countries. It's a very widely known accounting standards adopted in 140 plus countries, including European Union. GAAP is basically used in only their specific country or neighboring countries, because usually in a territory, if one country is in a dynamic business situation, it's highly likely that the neighboring countries also be in a very same situation, because the climatic conditions, the way they trade, the preferences, habits, ethnicity, everything will be almost same. So it's used in their specific countries. IFRS focuses mainly on fair value and substance over form, but whereas GAAP refers to focus more on historical cost accounting and revenue recognition. Okay, so in IFRS and GAAP, only from IFRS Ind AS have come up. Right? In India, Ministry of Corporate Affairs and ICAI board has decided that IFRS is applicable, but we need to have little bit more specifics about to be more contextual to the Indian business context. They have come up with standards called Ind AS. Ind AS, the base is from IFRS only, but they have tweaked a bit. They are since the moment it's flexible, they tweaked a bit and they are using it as Indian accounting standards. If you are very well versed with IFRS, you can easily understand Ind AS. Correct? That's the main difference between an Indian practice chartered accountant and a global chartered accountant like an ACCA or a CPA. Because as ACCA, we study IFRS extensively. But as a chartered accountant, you will study Ind AS extensively. Okay? So this is the difference. And IFRS emphasizes on fair value and judgment, whereas GAAP is more rule bound and historical cost. It focuses on past, whereas IFRS is judgment. So these are the key differences. There are other 100 lot of differences, but I don't want to touch upon. These are the key differences between both of the accounting policies. Correct? Okay. We'll go with what are the commonly used accounting policies. Correct? I told you policy has rules and regulations to follow in a transaction. You take any big business operating, you take any global popular chain, you take any business in which you use the services regularly, even small business like a local shops, kirana shops, or food joints, they have these sort of methods they use in their daily life. First one is the revenue recognition. It's very, very important. That example is more which I've touched upon already. How do you recognize your revenue? At what point of time you should recognize your revenue? You have fair value method, cost method, installment options, cash method, credit method. You have a lot of revenue recognition policies. What method you should use and when? So those are revenue recognition policies. Inventory valuation policy. If I'm a company with a high goods-centric company, I produce goods or I resell goods. I'm a product-based company. There are a lot of goods coming into my company. Raw materials in my factory. Every day, 100 tons of steel is coming. I process that 100 tons of steel into steel bars. Then I sell it. So now there's a lot of raw materials inflow to my industry and a lot of finished products outflow. How do I recognize that? There are two commonly accepted inventory valuation policies. What is that? What are those? FIFO and LIFO. Have you come across these topics? First in, first out. First in, last out. Because every day raw materials are coming in. How do you recognize the method? How do you value the raw materials? Because raw materials is going to be in your industry for some time. Then it's going to change its overall substance, going to a finished product. Whatever it's in my warehouse, how am I going to value? Or on what value? So those are inventory policies. Then come to expense recognition. How am I recognizing my expenses? Cash basis or accrual basis? Whenever an expense is happening, I put it as my expense is cash based. Whenever the effect for that expense is happening, I accrue it. You know accrual concept, right? So, I mean, the fact that I'm not going very deep into these policies because I just want you to give an example of what are the commonly types of accounting policies. I'll also give you a couple of case studies in a moment to understand what are the common cases in real life where companies change their accounting policies and what impact it had in their financial statement. Right? So, asset valuation policies. Depreciation is a very common example. How I value my asset. On market value or on fair value, how do I impair it, how do I depreciate it? Those kind of examples. How's it going so far? You enjoying it, you liking it, or you want to go out? You want me to stop talking? Feedback, guys. I want proper feedback. Don't worry, I won't tell it to ma'am if you guys tell me something. How's it going? Not audible. Nice. You're able to grasp at least 1% of what I'm saying. Even if you grasp at least 5%, 1 to 5% of what I'm saying, I've won in my life. Okay, I'll have full satisfaction while returning to home. Nobody can grasp 100% of what the other person talking on stage. But I want to understand the basic working, because you take any concept, you take any subject matter of the concern. If you understand the basic working of that, whatever on top of that information, it's going to be easy for you, because those are all like icing on the cake. So you understand the basic mechanism. Why accounting policy? Everybody talks about accounting policy. Everybody talks about depreciation. We spend our half of our lives, +1, +2, college 3 years, PG 2 years, or CA or ACCA, ICW. We do all these things to learn accounting policies. If you understand, if you question, or if you think about it, or if you ask your professor, or if you ask your faculty, why is that accounting policy? Why, ma'am? Why I should follow? Why I should learn this? If you have that sort of clarity or understanding, it will be a cakewalk for you to understand all complex accounting policies. Correct? So that is the basic understanding in which I'm trying to give you. I know you guys are college undergraduates. You still have a lot more to learn. I don't want to burden you or scare you by saying complex accounting treatments, in which you will be learning. You were learning from last 3 years, writing 9 semesters or 6 semesters, cycle tests, this everything, right? So I don't want to give you all that information which you already know. If you take a book, if you put a ledger, you'll know everything, because you have done company accounts, depreciation, everything. I just want you to relate whatever knowledge you learn in your daily college life, how it's being applied in the practical life. Right? Practical exposure is the only key to excel in any area. This is something which I believe personally. Only if you rote learn or you have book knowledge in something, that's not going to help you. Why do you think professional qualifications have very less pass percentage than the college degrees? Any idea? Why do you think? Any one answer? Why do you think pass percentage of professional qualifications like CA or ACCA have very low pass percentage compared to college degrees? Yeah, these professional qualifications, I mean, no offense to the college curriculum. College curriculum is basically trying to feed you what you need at that point of time. Correct? You come to college BCom first year. Now I talk about IFRS 15 and tell you complex accounting policies. Will you like it? No. I should spoon feed you bit by bit, step by step, right? I should just tell you what is accounting policies. Then on top of it, I layer it. Then only at the last step, I should give you the actual working. So professional qualifications will give you it won't ask you questions like define bookkeeping, define accounting policy, what are the types of accounting policy. Basically, it gives you case studies. If you're an auditor, you're an accountant, in this type of business environment, this company has followed this policy. The shareholder is not happy. What would you do? What is the thing which is going wrong here? So that's the whole point. So how are accounting policies used? Now we saw what's an accounting policy, what are the common types of accounting policies, how it's used in real life. Development and implementation. So how do you develop an accounting policy? In an internal aspect, as a company, from the board of director, there are 10 or 15 accountants under me who is going to record transactions every day. There's going to be hundreds of thousands of transactions every day which is happening in my company. How do I make sure those transactions are recorded in such a way that it's being transparent, it's being comparable, it's being easy for me to prepare financial statements at the end of the year? Correct? If I ask my accountant to record transactions in whatever manner you want, in whatever convenience you want, in whatever way you want, at the end of the day, I sit to prepare financial statements. In my ERP software, I declare the trial balance. It shows crazy numbers. Trial balance does not agree. Journal entries were not passed properly. There are a lot of hundreds of unbalanced JEs. Will that be okay? Will that be okay? Why? Because right from the starting, there should be a policy in which it should be used. Any particular reason why you are taking photographs? Any particular multiple reasons. Oh, then fine. Then you can take how many photographs you want. No, I'm just asking. I thought I was a little bit happy because you just guys want to take photographs of the slides. I was about to say I will circulate all the slides. Don't worry. But yeah, it's okay. So development of policies. How do I develop? How do I implement in a company setting? IFRS is responsible for circulating and developing standards throughout the world for all the companies. But as a company, as a director, I need to make sure that these policies are used because a company is not a single man job, right? A company has thousands of employees, hundreds of accountants. If you take a SAP software, if you take a big company or even a mid-sized company, if you see that daily hundreds of thousands of journal entries are being passed, every minute a sale is happening. If you go to a very prime example, is you guys know DMart, right? You guys know DMart or Nilgiris or Reliance Supermarket or whatever supermarket chain. There are 200 to 300 branches in whole India. Every other minute, 100 people buys goods, correct? So every single minute in the main server, thousands of sale transactions are being reported. At the end of the day, if I sit and reconcile the accounts, I should be able to see a uniformity among all the transactions. If the transactions are haywire, then I can't sit and reconcile. The entire reporting structure goes into train. So I should have a robust accounting policy or simple, understandable accounting policy to be circulated among all the people or all the stakeholders or all the personnel who's going to handle my books of accounts in the company. Because if I hire an accountant, like any of you out of college, they come here, they work for 6 months, they put whatever sale transaction they want. At the end of 6 months, sir, I'm going to US, I want leave, sir, I'm getting married, so you go off. At the end of the financial year, I sit and I look at the sale accounts. It's something else. So I need to have a proper mechanism and check how transactions are being recorded and how it's because I have responsibility to report to the stakeholders or to report to the board every quarter. Every monthly reporting is also being happening in a lot of companies to make sure every month what is the growth. So likewise, at the end of the financial year, you prepare books of accounts. Every month, and they'll prepare interim financial books of accounts. Correct? So I should have a policy. First, I should understand what are the factors that influencing policy decisions. Is my business on a cash basis, on a credit basis? What type of goods I sell? Is my product-based company, service-based company? I provide subscription policies. Because only based on nature of the business, the policies may differ. I should understand what are the factors. I should see who is governing the board. Is there any? Is my company listed company? If I'm listed company, I'm bound to follow all the rules. It's not a private limited company. I should have AGM. So there are a lot of internal, external factors and stakeholders where I'm answerable. Right? So setting consistency and comparability. Accounting policy should be consistent. I told. People following their own methods every day will result in a major failure in reporting and CG corporate governance purposes. Comparability. So, while preparing financial statements, balance sheet and income statement, you'll have three columns. One is particulars. Second one is current year. Third one is previous year. Why? Why you will have previous year when you are reporting current year numbers? It's basically to tell them, to give an idea, if an XYZ random person takes my company's financial statement, they should know. At least a lot of companies, they provide comparative data of 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years also. I've seen AGM, I've seen annual reports. Because I want to know, if I see only of the first year, it made $100 million as revenue. Beautiful. But if I see PY, there's been $300 million as revenue. So now it's been a significant decline of 300%, correct? Now, only looking at the PY column of a specific line item, my entire outlook or attitude with the company changes. So the need for comparability is required, not only for a random person, but anything, because always we strive to develop or to make sure whatever things which went wrong last year to be corrected in the current year. Companies invest a lot in it. So comparability, it should be comparable. Not only for internal purposes. If for example, you take any industry, you take mobile industry, there are two prominent companies, Apple, Samsung. if I want to compare two companies in the same industry, I should have two financial statements. Those companies should follow either IFRS GAAP. I can't compare an IFRS financial statement with a GAAP financial statement because both of the outlook changes, right? So I should ensure comparability while developing accounting policies for my company. I should document. What is documenting? Recording. So as an auditor, for us, the day when I first stepped into my office, my manager said that if it's not documented, it's not done. Correct? So I take, if you take a work paper, if you take a very small accounting procedure, for cash account, what we do, we check bank statement amount with the cash balance, whatever is reported in the balance sheet. Specifically, bank confirmation. What is the bank confirmation? As an auditor, I request client's bank to send me a statement of their account to check. Okay? For example, in my client's balance sheet, they have posted 50,000 rupees as cash balance, cash in bank. And I get a statement from the bank stating 50,000 rupees is what they hold. Why I'm asking bank to give me statement? Why I'm not asking client to give statement? Because external parties, external sources have more reliability. Correct? Yes or no? So now I get a statement 50,000 rupees. I get cash balance 50,000 rupees. Now it's tallied. I close cash balance. It's clear. I sign. This I compared. Okay, I got two sheets. One mail from bank, one mail from client. I put a split screen. I check this. I read cash balance closed. I go away. Tomorrow, my manager sits and reviews my work paper. He asked me, "What did you do?" I said, "Sir, yeah, I compared both of it. Both of them are right." How should I believe? I should document. I should write. Number one, we have obtained balance sheet balances from customer, client. We have obtained statements from bank, so and so on this date. Attach the particular email. I have to verify the email, the domain which comes from bank is a proper domain, and I have to attach both of the attachments. I have to put a tick mark. Then I have to write no issues noted. This is the work I have done. So now, on a broad view, this is a very simple work. You take two papers, you see two numbers, pick it up. But while documenting, while coming to paperwork, I have to do all this stuff. Documenting is more time consuming than the actual work. Because if it's not documented, if it's not done, it's not done. If I say you something, I might twist something. So if there are 100 accountants in the company, all the 100 accountants should follow consistent policies. I should write it in a document, company written document, signed by the internal auditor, signed by the CFO. It should be properly documented, sealed. It should be displayed in boards, or it should be circulated via mails. It should be governed. Correct? Only if you get a written manual, you'll follow it. So that clarity you should give them. And the role of professional judgment. What's a judgment? So there are certain areas which involves a lot of judgment. So there are certain areas in which it's not only important to follow according to it, it's also important of judgment. So we should use judgment. We should make sure at the best interest of the company or the viability of the stakeholders, we should be able to develop accounting policies. So how do you implement it? First, what you should do, you should communicate it. Now all the top brass of the company sits and finalizes the policies. Okay, is that enough? If all the executives finalize the policy, no. They should communicate to the employees via email or via handouts, or they should hold training sessions. So this is how you recognize the revenue. This is how you recognize the asset impairment. This is how you recognize the goodwill impairment. So you should communicate and train them. That's number one step. Number two step is monitor and enforcement. If you teach someone, if you give something, you should monitor. You should see how it's being done. If it's not being done, appropriate actions should be taken. You should understand why the particular accounting policy is not being followed, or is there any problem. Third one is that addressing change in policies. So what if anything changes in business, in environment? At random midnight, our Prime Minister announces that 500 rupees and 2,000 rupees notes are not being in circulation, it's being banned. Now there's a new tax on GST is being coming in. So what if radical changes happens? You should be updating it in your accounting policies to make sure you keep up in line with the reporting purposes. Correct? That's number 3. Number 4 is ensuring compliance with the standards. So these accounting policies, let's go back to slide 2. These accounting policies are based on what? Based on what? Accounting standards. So I should do a thorough verifying fact check that these accounting policies which are developed are in line with the accounting standards issued by IFRS or GAAP, whatever accounting standards which I use. Okay. So this is the penultimate slide. Don't worry, I'll finish soon. So I just want you to now till that we have seen everything on theory. Okay? I just want you to give few examples as to how in real life companies are using accounting policies and how it's being affecting the stakeholders. Number 1, revenue recognition. You all use Google services, right? Google services, yes or no? Google provides subscription services and licenses to use their products. Microsoft, Google, they issue operating systems, software. For all those, in initial days, 15 years back, they only used to give licenses. So if I want an operating system for my laptop or a computer, or if I want email access for my laptop or computer, I just go to Google or Microsoft, I pay some money, I get license. Once I pay, lifetime free, done. But due to constant evaluation, nobody wants to pay so much money. They want to pay only for what services they avail. Correct? Because you don't know, you will use Google services or Gmail services or Google Drive services next year. You might change. Your needs might change. So Google introduced subscription-based plans. Once they come to subscription-based plans, they had issues with revenue recognition. Now let's all travel back to the pen stationery shop example which I have given. Can Google, so I am paying Google a monthly lump sum amount for next 12 years, or I pay only every month from my account. They charge me from every month for services used. They can't recognize revenue instantly. They should recognize revenue only at the point of delivery of their obligation. So now this drastic now Google was once a company where it was selling off its licenses as a one time. Now they have transitioned to the subscription based plans. Now there's a significant change in the revenue recognition policy. How it's been impacted the financial statements? The revenue has gone down, but at the same time they've been able to justify why it has been gone down. Based on subscription plans, more sales is going to be generated in the future. So that's how it's impacted in the financial statements. So if you take the year in which Google has transitioned from one-time licenses to the subscription-based revenue plans, now there's been a huge dip. But if you warrant it with the future growth rates, that's what Google has done. That's one of the examples, very, very good example. Now let's go to example of depreciation. So there's a airline company called Delta Airlines, which is US-based company, which is a very, very bigger company. It's a very big company. It operates flights every day, over 1,000 flights every day across the globe. So the main asset or PPE for any airline company is what? For an airline company, what are the main assets they have? Airplanes, aircrafts. 20, 30 years back, an aircraft life is only 15 to 20 years. 20 years back. Boeing and Airbus are the two major aircraft manufacturers in the globe. Now, due to technological advancements, due to a lot of research is going on, now the airplane's life has been much bigger. So now Delta Airlines used to depreciate their flights or aircrafts only to 15 to 20 years they've been depreciating. The remaining useful life they thought is 15 to 20 years. But now, due to technological advancements, now they have reassessed and they have been depreciating it far more, 20, 30 years, because the flight has that much of expected useful life. Now, how it has been affected? The PP balance has been affected, correct? The way the assets is showing in the balance sheet has been affected. Depreciation is a non-cash item. It affects profit, correct? It affects operating profit. Yes or no? So now it has been significantly affected. So this is one of the examples. So I'm just trying to tell you how real life incidents or changes in the dynamic business environment are affecting the financial state. Now let's coming back to example of we'll take goodwill impairment. You guys know Microsoft Nokia's acquisition, right? We used to our childhood was filled with Nokia phones by our parents. At least we used at least one Nokia phone. I'm not sure about you. I feel old when I say this, but I've used Nokia phones of my parents or relatives. So suddenly Nokia was not able to keep up with the trend of what Samsung and Apple are doing back then. They had a tremendous fall. They were very arrogant in using their open source software. Samsung and other big players in the world, they have started using Android-based operating system. It's open-based. Apple has invested millions of dollars in their own operating system. But Nokia was a bit adamant. Nokia also had their own operating system called Symbian OS. You would have known Lumia phones and all. But that was not up to the user interface of Android and iOS and what convenience it offers. So ultimately, they've gone multifold in their revenue and sales. So now what happens? Microsoft comes in. Microsoft sees a very lucrative opportunity in mobile industry, phone industry, smartphone industry. They want to make their print. So Nokia is a popular country. They buy Nokia for $7.2 billion back then. $7.2 billion. Keep this in mind. Post acquiring Nokia, Microsoft in his book added Nokia to their balance sheet, merged accounts, everything. I'll complete in 10 minutes, ma'am. I get it. It's getting late. Last 2 clicks. Yeah. So now they have added $7.2 billion of worth of assets and liabilities in their accounts. Now Microsoft is in a good position. What happens? Post acquiring only, they have known that Nokia is not going to be surviving. The brand Nokia is not getting confidence among customers. We can't cope up in a dynamic world competing with great giants like Apple and Apple and Samsung with Nokia brand value. Post acquiring Nokia only, they have come up with Lumia phones, correct? The color phones, the tile ones. Now they have been discussing among themselves, and they want to give a very fair financial position. They impair the goodwill. Usually, when a very big company acquires another company, now apart from the actual cash items, apart from the actual machinery, actual employees, actual cash reserves which I get, I also get something called goodwill. You guys know goodwill accounting? Very interesting and beautiful concept. I won't go much into it. So goodwill. Goodwill is basically brand value. Goodwill has two types: internal generated, external generated, everything. So that goodwill, the company has potential as doing more sales, the goodwill is more. So every company periodically should do impairment tests to see how the brand is doing. If the brand is not doing well in the market, obviously they have to impair the goodwill, write off. So Microsoft acquired Nokia for how much? After a few years, Microsoft has written down $7.6 billion of amount of money as a goodwill impairment from their balance sheet. Why? They have written off more than what the actual deal was. That horrible the company's performance was. So now, during Nokia Microsoft, there were a lot of news, there were a lot of buzz among the smartphone industry that is going to be the next big thing. Because Microsoft is a very big tech giant. It's entering into smartphone industry. It's going to disturb the market. It's going to disturb Apple sales. It's going to disturb Samsung sales, everything they said. But after a few years, the deal did not turn fruitful. So they had to write down the $7.6 billion, more than what their actual deal was. So, see, now this is what happens due to Because we might see in news that companies are going bankrupt. Recent very big news is that we all use Tupperware. Tupperware has been filed insolvency, bankrupt. These are the type of companies which we interact every day. We use their products, but we think about what it has impact on their financial state. Ultimately, it's not going to affect any customer. I'm sitting in India, Chennai, using Tupperware lunchbox, but at US headquarters, the company is filed for insolvency. So if you go into root cause, what has been happening? If you take books of accounts of Tupperware, financial statements, you see what's happening, how much they impact, how much debt they have, what is the business model. You'll understand. Correct? So another good example is lease accounting. So you all know Starbucks. Starbucks stores are worldwide known, and they have hundreds of stores, thousands of stores worldwide. Most of the stores were leased. Most of the stores are not owned by the Starbucks, but it was leased. Okay. So I told you, right? IFRS 16 operating leases is a type of lease in which it does not appear in the financial statement at all. Users of financial statement doesn't know that it is a lease. But when Starbucks reviewed their leasing policies and they decided, no, we don't want to, it's not right using operating leases because it does not give an transparent viewpoint to the investors. We use right of use assets, which takes a very major hit in the balance sheet. It gets allotted, declassified in the balance sheet. So it impacted in that way. So now you guys, can you understand or can you get something in your mind that these are the accounting policies which affected in real life? Are these examples useful to you? Were this example useful to you? Great, amazing. So this is something which we discussed already. How accounting policies will have impact on the financials, how it's going to balance sheet, income statement, cash flow, disclosure. If you change in accounting revenue policy, it affects balance sheet, income statement. Then it goes to cash flow, what actual cash flow comes and what actual cash flow goes off. Then you ought to disclose in the financial statement footnotes. Right? This is what the impact is going to have in the real life financial statement. Okay. Last for the day. Are policies and principles same? What is the policy? What is the principle? What is a policy? What is a principle? Any idea? Okay, simple. Policy is something which a regulatory body provides a framework to the companies. Principle is something in which it's being given to companies, tells how to record their financial statements. So to give it in a better see, these two are the interchangeable terms which gets misinterpreted easily today. I've seen a lot of people using these words interchangeably, but both are not same. Policies are different, principles are different. Policies are basically provides details, depreciation policy, revenue recognition policy, how a transaction should be measured. Principle is basically it provides a framework for standardized financial report. Correct? That's the whole purpose. So the level of detail is basically accounting principles is broad and macro level because those are the standards. And accounting policies are detailed and specificated to that company. Correct? Then accounting principles are governed by FASB, IASB, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, ICI. But accounting policies are based on principles from IFRS or GAAP. Those are principles given by these boards. So accounting principles are basically, you know who's Luca Pacioli? Have you ever heard of his name? Who's he? Luca Pacioli is the father of accounting. In your plus one, day one of your commerce group, or in day one of become accounting, all accounting professors or lecturers will first utter this word as the name Luca Pacioli. So there are a set of accounting principles. Accrual principle, cost of principle, historical cost principle. All these principles are example of principles. Policies are straight line methods, written down value method, FIFO, LIFO, operating lease, IFRS 16 lease, right of use. These are principles. Now, if someone asks tomorrow, are the policies and principles same? What will you say? Both are not same. Because I put this very particular slide because even when I was studying, I got totally confused between these two words. Okay? Both are not same. Both have very, very significant difference between both. So yeah, why this is important? I should give transparent, consistent policies. Number one, to build my investor confidence. They'll get good confidence. They'll put money in my company. Number two, to facilitate comparability. I should be able to compare only to get financial results, only internally, also externally. I should be able in a position to mitigate financial risk. Only if I use standard financial policies, I should be able to see. I'll be in a position to see what are the risks associated. Correct? And next, strengthening corporate governance, the way in which the company is governed, only if you use standard transparent policies in which though it will be helpful. Okay. Fine. Last slide for the day. You're going to get freedom from me in next 5 minutes. So we talked all good about financial policies, accounting policies for the last 1 hour, 1 hour, 10 minutes. But now, what are the challenges and controversies in accounting policies? What problems will come? You can ask me, sir. I use the prescribed policies. I follow the rules. I put helmet. I don't cross stop line. I stand in here. My friend puts helmet. What are the challenges and controversies will come? You can ask me this. But number one, earnings management. So companies are in a position to choose profits over morals or ethics. Earnings management is a strategic method used by companies to show how earnings are calculated. Correct? Then subjectivity is subjectivity. Professional judgment comes into play. If you use certain accounting policies, you are bound to disclose in the financial statements. But you should also be able to convince them, give a very clarity. So this is one of the problem arises. Third is conflicts with auditors and stakeholders. So as an accountant, as a director of the company, you might argue that this particular accounting policy is very important, is very useful. But as an auditor, as an external auditor, signing your financial statements might argue that no, this is not the way you use financial statements. You have a very wrong understanding. I've been in multiple situations like that with my clients. I argue stating that no, sir, you can't use. We have to give an reclassification adjustment entry. We have to give a audit difference. We have to reclassify this. This is not the way how these are recorded. So they can argue from their perspective. So these are the issues which comes in using accounting policies. Emerging issues in accounting policies. I told you, cryptocurrency, climatic differences. So, for example, COVID-19 was a big wake-up call and shock to the entire globe, especially to the trading businesses. What should I account? How should I account? Losses due to COVID-19. Or how should I account for businesses in the COVID-19 environment? Do we have a specific standard? So we have a lot of issues coming up every single day. But it takes a little bit time for the board or authority or even the country specific to come up with certain standard on how to record. Major example is cryptocurrency. Now crypto has come into play. I don't know how to record, what to record, when to record. So these are specific issues which has been arising if you use a policy, accounting policy. So with this, I conclude the seminar for today. I just want to conclude with one point. So as a finance professional, or as a commerce undergraduate, or a people with high potential to explore and learn more in industry, it's very, 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 very important to be resilient, to be flexible, to be adaptable. With because financial world and the entire globe as a context is rapidly evolving. It's very, very important for us to be also evolving with the same trend. So learn more, research more, explore more, ask questions to your faculty, to your professors. If you're learning something, if someone's telling you something, you ask why. The only the moment when you ask questions, you'll get more answers. Correct? Ask questions. You ask why to the people. Just annoy them. You can ask me also now. Okay, so resiliency is foundational in radically shifting landscape is something which I believe this entire world, not in the context of financial landscape or corporate environment, the entire world as a matter of fact is rapidly evolving. What are we doing today to be keep up with the trend? Not only for placement purposes, it's also if we're doing something, we should have a purpose in our life, right? If we're doing commerce, if we're doing ACCA, if we're studying, if I'm eating now, if I'm going to home, if I'm going to somewhere, if I walk somewhere, I should have a purpose. I should know what am I doing. So have purpose in life, ask more questions, learn more, be more proactive. Just don't be very normal. Just try to understand what's happening around you. Try to keep up with the rapidly evolving environment. And I wish every student here all the best for all the future endeavors. And yeah, before concluding, so I'll give my contact details to the organizer. If you have any doubts with this specific seminar, you can reach out. If you want any guidance in pursuing qualification, if you want any guidance in your placement, because I got into Big Four only through campus placement. And if you're interested in public speaking or if you have any doubts with your career, you can reach out to me. Feel free to text me, WhatsApp, or Instagram. I'll give my details to the coordinator. Last but not least, I just want to thank Margadali ma'am for inviting me. Thank you so much, ma'am. I thank the entire department. I thank entire Department of Corporate Secretaryship and Edra's College. Edra's College is not new to me. I've been associated with Edra's College for last 5 to 6 years. When I was back in college studying my undergraduate, I come to Edra's once a week. Even I don't go to my college that regularly because Edra's hosts every other competition single week. So it's very rare to see an institution where it supports extracurricular activities, giving weightage equally to what it gives to academics. Correct. So thank you so much, ma'am, to the entire management for giving opportunities. Because nowadays, வாய்ப்புகள் வந்து அவ்வளவு சீக்கிரமா கிடைக்கிறது இல்லை. So use that opportunity. வாய்ப்புகள் கிடைச்சாலும் நம்ம அதை எடுத்துக்கிறது இல்லை. Because நம்ம போனை பார்த்துட்டே இருக்கோம். நம்ம கொஞ்சம் லேசியா இருக்கோம். Okay. So always be proactive. Always be looking for opportunities. எப்பெல்லாம் உங்களுக்கு opportunity கிடைக்குதோ, just grab it, learn it, make use of it. Correct? கத்துக்கிறதுல தப்பே கிடையாது. நம்ம கத்துக்கிற லைஃப்ல ஒரு விஷயம் கத்துக்கிறதுல it will help in any sort of any kind. Correct? So I don't want to bore you. I don't want to give TED talk right now. So before we conclude, I'll take questions. If you guys have any questions, please raise your hand. Just quickly close Q&A session then with this section. Any questions? Question கேட்கலனா there are two possibilities. ஒன்னு எல்லாமே புரியுது இல்ல ஒண்ணுமே புரியல. So one question at least ஏன் சந்தோஷத்துக்காக கேளுங்க ஒரு question. சாப்பிட்டீங்களா கூட கேட்போம். I'll be happy. One question. Ma'am, I won't give unless until I get one question. I'm not going to penalize you for asking questions. Please ask one question. Any question? Nothing? Can I take this as you understood each and everything in what I have explained today? Yes, sir. Not even one question? You're being too good to me or? No questions? Beautiful. A big round of applause to the participants.
No, sir. Actually, I came here to thank you. This section was really informative, sir. And I really like all those things. You said you also here and got it very clear, sir.
So it's not about the questions alone. You can also appreciate me if you want. Okay? So yeah, jokes apart. Thank you all team being so patient for me, for bearing with me for past 1 hour. How did you like the seminar? I'll judge you based on the sound you make. Very nice. A small round of applause to me. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, sir, for making you so long wait. Sir. Thank you, ma'am. I finished this.
Thank you, sir. I would now like to call upon Dr. R. Geeta Lakshmi, ma'am, Head of the Department of Corporate Secretaryship Self-Supporting, to hand over the memento to the honorable speaker. Now I would like to invite Srimata Kumara Raja to thank the honorable speaker.
Thank you, sir, for your imparting knowledge on very important accounting standards suitable for both students and as well as professionals in the accounting field. Your expertise and insight provided valuable clarity on complex topics such as IFRS and GAAP that are relevant as well as material accessible. We truly appreciate you for your contribution, sir, and look forward to put in what we learned. Thank you.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. We have an exciting session ahead that I believe will deepen our understanding and spark valuable discussion. So let's begin. AI can create jobs that don't yet exist, but it will also disrupt those that do. Adapting is key. Quoted by Andrew Ng. I would like to invite Dr. Lakshmi ma'am, the head of the Department of Corporate Secretaryship Self-Supporting, to present the flower bouquet to our honorable speaker. I now invite Dr. Vijayalakshmi ma'am to welcome Mr. Sai Swajit sir, speaker of the fourth session.
Good afternoon to one and all present. I would like to begin with a quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Success is when your signature becomes an autograph. Mr. Sai Swarjit sir is a member of Association of Chartered Accountant, Certified Accountant UK, and also a member of Institute of Chartered Accountant of India. He has over 9 years of rich experience in diverse fields in industry. Sir has served with BSR, KPMG, TVS Supply Chain Solutions, and Ashok Leyland as well as Latterview. Currently, Sir is working with iLink Company Limited as Head, Investor Relations and Financial Planning as and Analyst. Sir has a robust set in various fields such as auditing, financial modeling, financial reporting, analytical skills, and taxation. Sir is here to enlighten us on artificial intelligence revolution, challenges and opportunities in the fintech. I consider it a proud privilege to welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
So good afternoon. So good afternoon to everyone. So first of all, thanks for all the teachers and all the faculties for inviting me for this session. And just to let you know, a couple of years back is when my sister passed out of Etiraj. She completed her MCOM in corporate secretary. I don't know how many of you here would know her. Her name is Ratika Sai. I just came to know that she was one among the most prominent person here. So, in fact, yeah. So now she's working in Deloitte. So before that, so on size budget, I had the investor relations and financial planning analysis in a company called iLink Digital. So the company or my work day and out is more to do with the investor relations, speaking with the investors who pump their money into our business, as well as kind of doing all the analysis, giving business finance kind of information. It's not the corporate reporting or financial reporting that's taken care of, the accounting standards and all of those things. It's something which is done by a different group of people. But what I do is
practically interact with all these stakeholders on a daily basis, let it be the sales team or let it be the chief operating officer who kind of requires my input, both in terms of how he can run the organization. Meaning, he gets a lot of requests from different stakeholders, right? Everyone would want to do a lot of different things. But then in the end, it also will have to make some economic sense in terms of numbers, the profitability, the business angle, whether the investors would be fine with us doing few things. So all of those things is what I interact or that's what I do on a daily basis. So here today we're going to talk about AI, which is artificial intelligence. I'm sure most of you would have heard about this buzzterm in various different forums or articles or blogs or whatever, and how finance and AI kind of interact with each other. And more into that, we are just going to talk about four things here. How AI is impacted. So, are you able to look at? I mean, is the font too small, or you have another model? So it's visible, right?
Yes, sir.
So we're just going to cover four things here. I'm not going to take more than let's say 30 to 40 minutes. I'll try to close this in like maximum 20 minutes. So we're just going to talk about the impact specific to finance function, not financial services. Industry financial services is very different. Specific to finance function as such. And I feel we have a lot of opportunities. What challenges we have, and then the last thing is where you guys will have to tell me on whether it's good to adopt it or not. Okay. First of all, what is AI? No, that's something even I told you. But what exactly is it? Sorry. Okay. That's okay. They can also. It's okay. Even if you don't want to come here, you can tell me. I'll repeat it for you. Okay, it's a technology. Anyone else? Okay. So, like a lot of you said, it is a technology. In the end, it is something direct or indirectly interlinked, more to do with computer science. So it's a field of computer science. And then, what is it capable of? It's capable of performing tasks meaning human-like intelligence, which means whatever you and me can do is what it's capable of doing. It's nothing more or less than that, at least till now. And how does it kind of do that? It learns from data. It learns from so much amount of data that we have, right? For instance, a simple thing, let's say, when I'm sitting there in the earlier session, there was an example given of D-Mart or Big Bazaar or any Spencer or any shopping, uh, anything like a Spencer, right? A daily mart. You go there, what do? People just have to scan the QR code and everything just gets populated for them. That's a very simple example of AI. That's a very simple example of how it is today. And if you imagine how it was, let's say, 10 or 12 years back, most of them are handwritten. It takes a lot of time. There was no barcode of reverse code, right? They pick it up, they know the code for which the product is, they manually key in the code, and then you get the internet. That was it is 10 years back. Before that, I don't know if there was even this barcoding or a computerization. it was all manual. You go there, they give you a list of things that you're going to purchase. They add things up, they tell you what the value is, you pay it, and whatever handwritten or computer generated invoice or bill is what is going to be the basis on which you're going to pay. So if you look at it over the last 20 years, from almost everything getting manually done to a semi-automated stage where you know what the product is, you key in what the amount, you key in the PIN code or the code, you get the list of items, then you bill it. Now to a QR scanner or a barcoding where you just scan it and get it. How did it have all that? It learned from data. It learned from process which was set over the years. So this is how AI is. What do you think would be the impact of AI for the finance function as such? Okay, it makes easy. That's okay. Fine. Okay, security. Accuracy and information. Yes. Sorry? Less time consuming, yeah. Fine. What I meant by impact is how it has transitioned, how it was before and how it is now, specific to the finance function, right? I know this font is a little small, but is it visible? Is it visible for everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So before AI, the data was collected, right? You have a lot of different, let's say a manufacturing company. There's a process involved, right? You get the raw materials, you process it, then you get the finished good. In every process, there are different set of systems involved. While the accounting team will use something like an SAP or an Oracle, or if it's a small company, even a Tally. A production team might use a different set of software that they are fine with. So all of these information are manually collected, they're consolidated, and only then do you kind of get some information. So if you see here, is the laser available? You see here, data collection is aggregated manually from various sources. But now, with the use of AI, there is no collection. If you see, it's only integration, which means there is some technology or there is something, it could be Power BI or it could be anything else, where it kind of collates all that information, and this happens on a continuous basis. You don't have to wait for someone to collect data, consolidate it, and give it to you. The system by itself consolidates, which means less time consuming, which means you don't have to spend a lot of time, kind of knowing whether the data that you're using is right or wrong, because whatever comes out is already tested and is fine. The next thing is analysis. Because the data collection itself happens only once in a while, your analysis will also happen only when the data is collected. Right? So it's performed periodically. And most of them are done using spreadsheets, which is nothing but your Microsoft Excel. Here, it happens on real time. You're collecting details as and when it is done. So you're able to look at information as and when it is done. And most of your analysis in AI happens mostly through backend dashboards. It's not through spreadsheets. Spreadsheets could be used as a backend, but then what people usually see are dashboards. They see what is the trend, what is the curve, how are things happening. For instance, let's take a consumer goods company, let's say Hindustan Unilever. They have so many products. It's not very easy for them to look at each and every product and take a decision each and every time, right? There's always a seasonality in some products. Some products do extremely well, let's say in winter, while they don't in summer. And there are a few products which do extremely well in winter and not in summer. So how do they kind of look and take marketing decisions? How do they kind of target the customers on a specific month? All of that, they need information on a real-time basis, and that's how AI plays. That's where AI plays a key role. Reporting. Before, reporting was done on a quarterly basis and on an annual basis. But now, because you have all of these information on your fingertips, you can do it whenever you want. You can select whatever dates you want. Decision making. Decision is based on historical data. You collect information only once in a while, right? You get so many information, and then by the time you've already collected those information, it's already a month or two. And then when you use that information to make a decision, it's one more month. So you're working on some information or using some information which is 3 months past today, which may not be very relevant. In the same example, I was talking about winter and summer. You collect the information during winter, but you take the decision when it's already summer, which is not going to be very relevant for your decision, which directly or indirectly also impacts your business. Now the details are available as and when you need, you can take decisions. So with this, what do you feel are the opportunities? With AI coming into the finance domain, what do you think are the opportunities? Yes, less chance for errors. Growth and development, okay. Constant growth and development, okay. Sorry, you're saving time, okay. Okay, you can perform multiple functions. Okay. Anyone else? Efficiency, okay. Fine. There are a lot of other advantages also. There are many advantages or opportunities in fact, but I'm just limiting it for these 5. One, I was talking about quick decision making, data-driven insights. You don't have to assume some information or facts like the one in the past. For instance, you don't have to wait so much time. If you have to make some decision, you can use some decision based on details is available. And all of your decision is going to be backed by data, right? So you don't have to kind of make a decision based on some assumptions, on some intuitions. While intuitions is important, but that's not going to be a very key role for your decision making because most of them are going to be data driven. Increases operational efficiency. It reduces a lot of time. Most of the mundane activities which were done in the past, for instance, let's say data entry, you don't have to do that. You just have to scan the QR code and you have all those details. So it increases your efficiency. Maybe in the past, in the same supermarket, you had 20 people in the queue waiting to get billed. And they had to spend at least 20-30 minutes, let's say one and a half minutes. But then with the QR code or with the barcode scanner, it hardly takes 20-30 seconds for you, which means it's going to increase operational efficiency. And because the customer is not going to wait so much for them to get that bill or for them to pay, people usually prefer coming to your supermarket than another person, right? Because it's not a very efficient use of that time as well. They don't have to wait for them to pay money and get the product. It reduces errors. It's all tech-driven, technology-driven. There is very minimal amount of manual intervention, so it reduces error. And then it's cost-effective. Why is it cost-effective? Correct, manpower is less, so it
can be cost effective. Sorry? Correct. The other thing why it's cost effective is, I don't know if you've heard of this, a performance indicator where they say what cost of acquiring a customer, right? In my same example of a supermarket, 20 minutes, you're able to bill only 20 clients, 20 customers in the past. Now in the same 20 minutes, if you're able to bill 30 customers, which means A, you're generating more amount of revenue, and B, you're using the same resource, same person who's sitting there, instead of manually keying in all the codes for the product, using a QR code or a barcode scanner, you're increasing his efficiency as well as increasing customers, your company's revenue. And because you're going to pay the same, let's say 10,000 rupees for that person for a day, that same 10,000 rupees is what you're going to pay. But now you're getting 30 customers instead of 20. So the cost for you to get one customer in the past was 10,000 divided by 20, which was what, 50. Now 500. Sorry, 500. 10,000 divided by 30 now is 333, which means you're reducing the cost for you to acquire a customer. Essentially, it's cost effective, right? Should I repeat it? Okay. What do you think are the challenges? Sorry? Okay, data security is one. But that's not something finance person should be considered about. It's something the IT people will take care of. It is a concern for the company. I'm not denying the fact at all. But then it's something which may not fall into a finance function because you're not going. You're right. You're completely right. There's nothing wrong. But that's not something a CFO would be very concerned about. He'll be surely concerned about data getting stolen, all of those things. But then it's okay. Of the many other challenges that AI has, this is something which other departments can also take care of. What do you think are the challenges? Okay. High cost of setup. When you bring in a new technology, the problem is the initial cost that you will have to incur will be high. You'll have to pay for the licenses for the software. You'll have to bring in the software, or you'll have to get in some consultants for you to consultants or vendors who will help you set that software up. So initial cost of setting anything new is usually very high. Then training and upskilling. Training, upskilling, or reskilling. You already have your existing set of people, right? You will have to train these people now in this new software. And it's not easy. It's very difficult. For instance, a person who has been there, done it for the last 12, 13 years, you go tell him that whatever you've done in the last 12 years is not going to be used now. It's going to be something very different, and you need to know. He may not be willing to listen to you, right? What will he do? He may not want to use that software at all. Because if you are the CFO, you're not going to go tell him how to do a data entry. You're just going to train him, and he's expected to know and do the things the way he's supposed to. But if he doesn't learn, it's a problem for you. So it's very essential. Sorry, if he doesn't know, it's a problem for you. If he does not want to do, it's a different thing, right? So it's essential that you upskill him, and at the same point in time, it's also essential that you reskill. What do you think is the difference between upskilling and reskilling? Almost there, yeah. Correct. Yeah. So yeah, that's what is upskilling and reskilling. So training plays a very, very important role there. Lack of resources. When you get in a new software, while there are a group of people who are getting trained, and there are a group of people who have already gotten trained, but you may not have those required skills for you to run the show, right? Because everyone is new. Everyone has just learned what it's supposed to be. But then you need someone who's already trained and who's done it in the past and knows what has to be done. That number of people is very, very less usually. So there's always a lack of resources whenever there's a new technology. Adoption. This is what I was talking about when we were speaking about training also. Adoption is very less. You train him, you do everything that he wants to, but then in the end, if he doesn't use it, who suffers? The function, the finance function suffers, the organization suffers. So it's important that adoption is also there. And the last one, with any new technology, there's going to be another new technology which is going to come up, and we never know when it's going to come. In spite of you spending so much amount of time, resources, training your employees, getting new resources, telling them to use it, in the end, in a couple of years, if a new technology comes up and everyone starts using that technology, all the time and effort is not going to be useful. So that's obsolescence. Obsolescence is nothing but that that technology that you're using itself is not going to be used at all. There's something much better, and everyone is adopting it. I don't know if anyone was there in the earlier session. How many of you were there? Okay. So, I forgot the name of the speaker, but he was talking about Nokia and Microsoft. The problem that Nokia faced was not adopting Android, right? They were very slow in adopting Android, or they did not adopt Android at all. Because they didn't do that, they had to go out of business. When Microsoft acquired them and all of that happened, they had to go out of business. Which means they did not adopt a new technology, they didn't adopt to the changes in their own industry, which led to their downfall. So that's what will happen if you don't go with the flow. If you don't go with the way things are happening, it's very difficult. Even for me now, there are new technologies which are coming. For instance, Power BI is something which is happening. How many are here are aware of Power BI? That there's something called Power BI. Okay. Okay, I see a bunch of hands going up. So that's something which is kind of very important now. Even I'm trying to learn it. So Power BI is more to do with dashboarding, analysis. It's more of a software. I was talking about this part, right? Data integration. The first one here. That's something which is where Power BI is playing a very key role. So it's essential that even I kind of learn all of those things for me to stay updated, for me to stay afloat with what I'm doing. And it's essential. Not many people in financial planning analysis know Power BI, but there are a group of people who already know what it is. And I would also want to be someone who knows what it is. So I'm also trying to understand and learn what Power BI is. Okay. With those things, do you want to adopt a new technology, or do you want to, play safe with whatever it is and then kind of see what happens? It's good to adopt new technology. Well, that's what at least I hear from a lot of you guys. It's also important to see whether that is going to stay for something. That's more important. While everywhere there is new technology, there are new things happening, it's always a risk when you actually adopt something very new. Because if you adopted something new, you may have the first mover advantage, which is good for you, but you never know if that's going to sustain for you for a long time. So that's also very important. While it's good to adopt, it's also
good to think whether you should really adopt it now or when is the right time for you to adopt it. So with that, I'm concluding how finance and AI can work together. What are the opportunities, challenges? Any questions? Anyone? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon Dr. V.K. Maragadavali ma'am, the coordinator of ACCA, to thank the speaker.
A moment of difference makes a difference in your attitude. Unquote, Bruce Wilkinson. Good afternoon to everyone. As we come to the conclusion of this enriching seminar, it's my pleasure to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of ACCA and the Department of Corporate Secretaryship. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the speaker of our session, Mr. Sai Swajit, for sharing his valuable insights and expertise with us today. So your presentation on the challenges and opportunities in AI revolution has provided us with wealth of information and gave us new perspectives on the impact, its challenges, and the adoption of the new technology. To all the esteemed speakers of the day, I extend my profuse thanks for your valuable presence and contributions to our seminar on artificial intelligence in FinTech. We truly appreciate the time and effort and the dedication in transforming the valuable inputs to our younger generations by sharing your expertise with us. Your insightful inputs have enriched our understanding of the thrust areas of the seminar. I express my heartfelt gratitude to our chairman, to V.M. Muralidharan, for the unflinching support in all our endeavors. My sincere thanks to Dr. Mrs. Uma Gauri, our principal and secretary, for the encouragement in organizing the seminar. I extend my thanks to the Vice Principal Aided and Dr. Mrs. M. Vijaya and Dr. Mrs. N. Jayanti, Vice Principal Self-Supporting, for all the support extended. My special thanks are due to Mrs. Beulah, Head of the Department Aided, and Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, Head of the Department Self-Supporting, for the continuous guidance and help extended in organizing the seminar. I would be failing in my duty if I do not thank the joint coordinators, Dr. Mrs. Sharmeen Farooq and Dr. Mrs. R. Vijayalakshmi, for the willingness to do things beyond their comfort zones and make this event possible. My thanks are also due to Dr. Mrs. Sima Mariam and Mrs. Kavita, our system admin, for the technical assistance extended to for all the virtual sessions. Thank you for ensuring that all the sessions run smoothly, seamlessly, both in person and virtually. I extend my sincere thanks to all the faculty members of the aided and self-supporting stream of our department for their continued support and the cooperation extended throughout the seminar. I thank Mr. Mahesh and Mr. Balaji, our technical support team, and Mr. Kasi for all the efforts extended for the conduct of the seminar. My thanks are also due to all the student volunteers, both aided and self-supporting, who contributed for the success of this event. Last but not the least, I would like to place on record my profound thanks to the participants present here for contributing to the success of this hybrid mode of international seminar. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. We've only scratched the surface of what artificial intelligence can do. As we leave here today, let's remain curious, inspired, and ready to shape this new frontier. As this international seminar comes to a close, we now request all of you to stand up for the college song, followed by the national anthem.
செல்வ நிதியமும் படித்திருந்த வெள்ளம் போல வளமும் வந்து நல்கினார். மனதையில் கருவி கோயில் நாட்டுடனே நிறுவினார். கொள்கைகளெல்லாம் வெற்றிராயின் கொள்கை வழி செல்வோம் ஏறுவோம் ஏறுவோம். காற்றுடனே அறிவியலும் கலகலையும் பயணமும் நாட்டினிலே அழகை காக்க நல்லொழுக்கம் போடுவோம். ஏதினிலே கற்ற கல்வி என்றும் எங்கள் நெஞ்சினில் மூன்று தெய்வ பக்தியோடு தேச பக்தி ஓங்கவே ஏறுவோம் ஏறுவோம். வயது தெய்வ தெய்வமாக ஒளிரும் கல்வி சுடரினை முயன்று தேடி காணவே முன் வைத்த காற்றின் வாங்கினோம். முயன்று தேடி காணவே முன் வைத்த காற்றின் வாங்கினோம். முயன்று தேடி காணவே முன் வைத்த காற்றின் வாங்கினோம். ஏறுவோம் ஏறுவோம் என்றுமே முன்னேறுவோம். எங்கள் எதிராக கல்லூரி ஏற்ற வாழ்வு தேருவோம் தேருவோம் ஏறுவோம் 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 ஏறுவோம்